What's going on, everybody? This is Lady Luck. Welcome, 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 welcome. Y'all, there's been so much happen overnight. So much happened overnight. So I do know there's a couple people that are live. Information Man Show. Shout out to him. He's also live right now with Brother Malik. So I was watching a little of the show that he has going on over there. But I had this scheduled. I pushed it back because I'm still having some technical difficulties. Like I said yesterday, my spotlight broke, so I can't come on camera. I don't have any great lighting, and actually, I like it this way. But shout out to all of you. Come on in, come on in here, come on in here. How you guys doing? Yes, we're gonna be going over the interview that Lenon did with Maryanne Lorient. What's going on, Enrique? Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon for my time. It's 1:31 p. Eastern Standard Time. 1:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in my time. But it might be morning for some of you. Also, good morning to you. How goes it? Manny was here earlier. Our chief receipts officer and one of my fantastic mods. I have the best mods on YouTube. So we're going to start off with going over the video. I did a video, reacted to video that Maryanne Lorient posted up, which is befitting for what we're going to lead into, which is the interview that Lenon Honor did with Maryanne Lorient. And, or maybe we could start off the other way around. I don't know. Well, we'll start with the interview and then we'll lead to her video, because I think her video kind of shows a nice conclusion to that, and then we can discuss that. But I do want to go over some information regarding this alleged Umar tried to sue Maryanne. It was just so crazy. So, and I'm sure she's gonna speak on that in the interview. But I want to make sure I have what a slap suit is, so that you guys can have an understanding of that, and we'll go over that as she speaks on it. But I already have that information up, and that way people can understand why these people like Umar, the stuff that he does is so dangerous. So I want to just have that information so you guys can be aware. All right. So everybody speak to everybody. Come into the comment section, say hello. Don't have to be in the bushes. 6 people watching. Make sure you guys hit the like button. I just finished watching the Nature Boy video. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what's so crazy? Nature Boy was also in like one of the, I guess, conscious community with the Pan Africanism, sort of like some of the what Umar does, and I think Young Pharaoh, he also has some troubling issues and stuff going on. But yeah, Nature Boy he's a cult leader. He called himself a cult. He admitted it. He said, "I am a cult," even though I don't know what it is. I am a cult. That's exactly what he said in the actual reporting. It's in an article. I read it in the first 1 or 2 episodes that I reacted to. He admitted to being a cult. So I'm like, at least he could say he was a cult leader. But the Umar and the Umar Tardians are definitely a cult. Okay. They even speak a whole language. No one understands it. I call it Umar Tardian. So it's the brainwashing and this effect that some people can have on others when they're not paying their bills. Like, Umar doesn't pay my bills. Like, he shouldn't have that much effect on a lot of people because he's not taking care of them. He's not taking care of their children. He doesn't buy those kids clothes or food or anything. He doesn't even take care of his own. So, to give someone that much credibility is and to have him adored the way he's being adored, it's just dangerous. It's very dangerous, because when he goes out and 6 people on what he perceives to be an enemy, they don't care about the cyber crimes they're committing. They don't care about that. But they would care if they got reported to the FBI. Oh, they would care. That's just, and then cried victim when that happens. Like cowards. So we're going to get started, you guys. I want to get started because I know the video, the interview Lenon Honor did with Maryanne Lorient. all of the videos combined, I think it's like, I want to say about a good hour or so, hour and a half. So we're gonna start with those interviews. How about that? And then I'll put her video last, and then that way it could be the most recent video that has been done. Um, so the first videos are like 11 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 17 minutes, 36 minutes, 32 minutes. So it probably comes up to about an hour and a half. So we're gonna get started, you guys. Make sure you guys are liking the hitting the like button and coming in. And as you all come in, speak to everybody. Everybody speak to everybody. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Lenon Honor. Shout out to Maryanne Lorient. Umar can still kiss my ass. You guys are ready to go. I will have the links to these videos in the description of the video. Let me make sure I get this off. All right. So put it a one in the chat if you can see it here. Let's get to it.
Maryanne Lorient, a writer, filmmaker, marketer, and film distributor. Maryanne made her first feature film debut with the drama Rachel's Ninth Inning in 2015, based on her novel. She's a writer as well. A story centered on domestic violence in professional sports. She is the founder of Lorient Vision Production. She is the author of 2 books, Rachel's Ninth Inning and The Little Creole Pig. Other films include Emotions, Should Never Be Toyed With, Caleb, and Awaken, featuring Umar Johnson. Without any further ado, I'd like to bring on Maryanne. Maryanne, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. Honors. Thank you for having me on your podcast.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And thank you so much for agreeing to do this. I know it wasn't an easy decision to make, and we've been communicating back and forth. We put together a slide presentation as well. And I just want to thank you for your courage in advance. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
All right. How did you first learn about Umar Johnson?
I'm a conscious individual. I am part of the conscious community, which he is also. We're under the same umbrella. I've never met him. I didn't really have direct connection with him, but I knew of him. And I heard of his vision about how he wants to create the school. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I believed in his vision. I loved his idea because the way I saw his concept, this is someone who's coming to breathe life within the Black community. And then the Lord has blessed me. I ain't rich, but I was able to make a contribution for FDMG. And then from the time I didn't go to my primary institution, I went to my secondary institution, which was Huntington Bank. I walked in, I did a cashier check, and I made a donation to his school.
Yeah, would you like to share how much that donation was, if you're comfortable with that?
$2,000. That's the initial donation to the school. This is how the connection became with him. And within a week, I would say, from the time that I mailed in that donation, I wouldn't even say 7-day week, more like a 5-day business week, he did reach out to me. Now, it's not hard to get, they'll be like, well, how do you reach out? It's not hard. I make independent film. I am an activist within my community. Every year, I do a toy drive. Every year, I do a coat drive. Now, I work with young women who gets into these bad domestic issues. So with my attorney, TJ, he's like, look, I can't be doing all these pro bono case for you. I'll do one, but you need to sit down with them. They're going to have to give me something. I may not charge them what they would, and he doesn't charge them what you would get if you have to get a lawyer to expunge something, to get a lawyer to help you. That's my attorney, TJ. But he's like, they're going to have to pay something. So
TJ is very handsome.
He would sit down with the family. He's like, okay, this is the charge you're looking at. This is what kind of trouble you in. This is the route we're going to take. Don't act crazy in court. I'm your attorney. I do the talking. This is what I'm going to need you to give to me. Don't string me around. I need a retainer fee for us to move in, because that little money you're giving me is for paperwork, because he has to file paperwork. for them to get in that courtroom. So that's that. So within the community, they know I do that because I have mother, honey, I need you to help me with my baby. Or they call me, girl, I know you help people. I got this issue. Can you help me? When they have their initial hearing, I present with them in court. The judge like, who are you? I said, I am her activist. I'm the one helping her connect with the attorney. I'm here for her initial person. And the judge like, okay, this is what she needs to do. This is it. This is it. Next time she comes to court, I don't care you here, but she needs to have her attorney. And that's where T comes in. And I would attend until it's over. And, some is a win-win and you lose some. So that's the part of activist that I do within the community. So when he reached out to me, the very first connection I had with Umar was pleasant. He called. He was like, may I speak to Sister Maryanne? That's how he started the conversation. I said, Maryanne speaking. He's like, Queen, I wanted to reach out to say thank you for your contribution to FDMG.
And you contributed, you said $2,000. You remember what month and year that was?
That was in 2019. I can't give you the exact, but it's 2019.
Okay, 2019.
So,
he reaches out to you.
Yeah, so he reached out to me. He was humble. He was gracious. The only little red flag I had, and then I didn't notice, I thought it was rude, but now, like, I'm the type person, when something goes south, I go back and trying to re-examine stuff. He was like, next time, if you could get 4,000 is first of all, just say thank you. He told me next time if I could get 4, and I thought that was rude and a little bit.
What she said? This idiot tried to tell her to give $4,000 after giving $2,000. Wait a minute. No, the hell he did. Let me go back. Yeah, I got the captions on just so I can make sure I'm reading exactly what I'm hearing here. Umar is a piece of shit. I can't believe this. Let me go back. Hold on.
Yeah, so he reached out to me. He was humble. He was gracious. The only little red flag I had, and then I didn't notice, I thought it was rude, but now, like, I'm the type person, when something goes south, I go back and trying to re-examine stuff. He was like, next time, if you could get 4,000 is first of all, just say thank you. He told me next time if I could get 4, and I thought that was rude and a little bit abrupt.
That was disgusting.
I mean, he did.
First of all, he's done this, and it's so crazy because he's done this to other people. Oh, thank you, sister. You gave $10. Next time, make it 20. Don't nobody owe you shit, Umar. No one owes you any money. Get a job. No one has to give you their hard-earned money. She gave him $2,000. That's a lot of money for her to donate. Even if she does have her writing and she produces her own film, she also still has a regular job and children and a household and bills and most things that Umar can't conceive. He doesn't have his own place. He doesn't have a mortgage to pay. Umar doesn't know what it's like to pay a water bill. The audacity of him to sit here and to say, oh, you gave me $2,000. Next time, make it $4,000. Please, who you talking to? Girl, you better than me, Maryanne. I would have cussed his ass out. Let me tell you that right now. Umar would have caught an earful from me, and I would have slept peacefully. It would not have even bothered me. I would have ethered his soul, and then went home, had a whole meal, took a shower, and went to bed like nothing happened. It would not have bothered me at all. It would not have bothered me at all. The audacity. Yeah, I have a goal every live stream for $25. Sometimes we hit the goal, sometimes we don't. For $25. $25 goal. She gave him $2,000. He's telling her make it $4,000 next time with his ungrateful ass. Umar Johnson, you are a jacked up Oompa Loompa from outer space, and I wish you would just leave our planet alone. The audacity, the narcissism, and the greed in him. Oh my God. You can't make this stuff up.
What?
You can't make this
You
stuff
donate
up.
2,000. You
He
donate
said next
2,000.
time if you can get 4,000, it would be greatly appreciated. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
He's done that before with the young lady that sent them, I think, $20, and he said next time make it 40, something like that. That's wow.
Appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200.
How
We're
about
trying
you
to
not get a
renovate a
dime?
school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not.
And he didn't renovate any school, by the way. Just as an FYI. He doesn't even talk about the schools. In his last rant, where he was on his menstrual cycle, Umar said, put FDMG to the side for a moment. He never went back to the topic of FDMG. And I pointed that out in a video where we did a live reaction to it. He never went back to the topic of FDMG. He talked about everything else. He even talked about doing videos behind a paywall on Instagram. That, Umar, you're not very smart. You don't know how social media works. You understand that it's not going to stay behind that paywall. You're going to have a couple people get into that paywall, and then they're going to record it, and then they're going to put it out on YouTube for the rest of us to still react to. You're not smart. People like you shouldn't be making money like that anyway. When you're sitting here being ungrateful and unappreciative of the donations that people are giving you for you to still not give a school. What a clown he is. He's a clown.
Opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that.
Next time,
thank you, sister.
20.
And I thought that was a little.
And the fact that he begs for money from people who are working hard, living check to check, even if they have a little extra money to give, like Maryanne was able to give a couple $1,000. How do you know she didn't need it for something else? She's got kids. What if she has an emergency come up? That money could have been well spent on anything else, Umar. You ungrateful hog mog. Anything else that money could have been spent on. She didn't have to give you that. You know what? If she would have given you $50, you should have been okay with that. She gave him $2,000. He gonna turn around and say, next time make it $4,000. Next time you can go to hell, Umar. Just go to hell.
Bit in your face and rude, but I'm someone who's well mannered. And I'm not gonna lie, the conversation was pleasant. He went into detail, into depth about his vision with FDMG. The conversation ended the conversation. We were on the phone for about 40 minutes. And I said, Doc, I appreciate the phone call. I enjoyed the conversation. I wish you the best of luck.
Exactly.
I am Team Umar moving forward. That's what I told him. I am Team Umar moving.
And I appreciate everybody tuning in. There's like 12, 13 people watching. Please make sure you hit that like button and drop a hi. Say hello. You don't have to hide in the bushes. Come out them bushes. Shake the bushes. Engage in the chat. Appreciate that. Thank you all so much. We do have a $25 goal, but good grief. Once we hit it, that's it. I appreciate it and I bless God for it. We are nowhere near Umar. I will not tell anybody to make it 50. Are you kidding? He's such an ass. Umar's an asshole.
Forward. And then from that time on, he's consistent. He's a very consistent individual. He was consistent with follow-up call. And again, every time he would call, the conversation was pleasant, and he would go into detail about the process of the school. And, I'm not going to lie, I felt honor. I'm like, wow, I'm getting from the horse's mouth the process. And he'll give you, so they don't understand. They're batching me cool. Sometimes I get discouraged, but I got to be strong. I'm here. I'm a revolutionary. He goes on and on. He knows how to draw you in emotionally. But all the time that he's sharing the process of building the school, again, at the time, I didn't connect the dot. It's afterward. Now I'm connecting that. He would ask me questions, but it's like it wasn't invasive. It was in passing. We're having a conversation. Oh, what line of work you in? And then once you answer his question, he just dissect you. Oh, you got what part of the community you live? You in the Cleveland? I said, no, I'm in the suburb. Why are you living with all these white folks?
What?
So this is how he lures you in. So then you feel defensive. I said, well, my film studios is within the Black community. That's where my business is. I give to the Black community. And then, so yeah, what film? So what film? And then he asks you questions. What? Are you renting? But it's the way he does it is very subtle. I say, no. With the blessing of the films that I've produced, I've accumulated enough income to purchase. Now, it ain't no Tyler Perry. I don't want to hear them think, oh, she got a studio type. No, it is not. It is not no Tyler Perry studio, but the space is mine. I open the door when I want to. I close the door when I want to. The space is paid for. I do not have a mortgage on the space. That is the base of operation. That is where we hire the actor. That is where.
And you're so crazy. He's talking about the community that she lives in. She can live where she wants to live. She has the right to buy a home in any community that she sees fit. It's her money. It's like he's jealous of people who are doing better than him. And then he tries to size himself up and tries to measure himself up against someone when he sees, especially a Black woman doing well on her own. I mean, I don't know if Maryanne Lorient is married or not, but even if she's not, the fact that she's doing it independently, it's almost like he's jealous and takes offense to it. How dare you do so well on your own and you don't have a man? Like, get the fuck out of here. All Umar does is pry into people's lives, especially when he thinks that you have some money, wealth, something he can take from you, and then he sucks it out of you. He's like a leech. He attaches himself on. He's a complete opportunist. It's all about him. Oh, okay. Let me see what I can get out of this person. That's it. He puts on this fake facade that he's so offended. Oh, you living in a white neighborhood. He doesn't care about that. He has no animosity towards white women. He likes white women. He takes photographs with white women. And he flirts with white women. He has no issues with white women. But the problem is that he's put this facade up for so long. He has a whole cult base of Umar Tardians that expect him to just hate any other race except Black people. And now he has to keep that facade up because he started it. That's his dumb fault. But when he sees someone successful, someone that is accomplished, someone that is making things happen, he only sees an opportunity to leech off of them. He's a complete opportunist, a narcissistic opportunist. And he doesn't even apologize for it. He doesn't feel bad about it. He just does it. My colleague, what's going on? Umar is being taken down by his main mark, Black women. Yep. What's up, everybody? Hello, everyone. Bravo, Mar, shout out to you. Umar is finished, but y'all know that Scottie Pippen looking lady is still going to defend this bomb. Which lady? She's not defending him. I know you're talking about, not talking about Maryanne Lorient. She's not defending him at all. He just had to settle with her. She took it behind the court. Yes, he's a leech. What's going on, Eric Eccleston? Yeah, I'm gonna say Eric. What's going on? How you doing? Hey, Ad Evans. He's not a hot-blooded male. If a 10'10" tall, blonde Swedish bombshell propositioned him and he thought he wouldn't get caught, he absolutely would. Exactly. He has no issues getting with any race of women. He doesn't care. He takes what he can get, I guess. I hope a rich white woman offers him $50 million, but the only thing is he has to marry her. That's funny. Oh, Philly Phil? Gotcha. He's talking about Philly Phil, I think. Not Maryanne, that Philly Phil lady. I don't know who that is. Do I need to look her up? Philly Phil lady? Does she have a YouTube channel? Let me know. I'll go look it up because I have no idea who that is. My bad. I want to make sure I understood who you were referring to as well. Philly Phil lady. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm gonna look that up while this is playing because I need to see who that is.
They come and sign their contract. So that is my base of operation. So he asks questions. He learned. So to say what I'm saying, he studied me. He studied his subject. He's intelligent. He learned everything he needed to know about me. So, in fairness to say, once the relation kind of established, the kind of camaraderie I had with him, I would return phone call. I would call. So that was the nature of the relationship until one day he's like, man, I'm loving your craft. I'm loving what you're doing. You blow me away. I said, I am honored from the King Kong of consciousness. I said, I bow hat to you. What I'm doing is in no comparison to what you're doing. Like, nah, Queen, don't diminish what you're doing. Yo, what you're doing is beautiful. You're pouring in your community. You're making film. I mean, when I tell you, he goes on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? And then he goes, I want you to make a documentary about my life.
So it's going into the next video. I'm looking up. Let's eat with Philly Phil. I'm looking at it. So this is the second.
So at a certain point, you donate to him in 2009.
This is part 2 of their interview here, and I found her page. This Philly Phil lady. This is crazy. She is obsessed with him. All right, let's go.
At a certain point, he asks you to do a documentary of his life. What do you remember? What year that was?
The documentary. We established a rapport. It was like probably around 2000 or end of 2019. He asked me to, yeah. I know you like timeline, but I can't remember exactly the date and time.
Yeah. So the end of 2019, could it have been 2020, the beginning of 2020?
Yeah, beginning of 2020, around that time frame.
Okay.
So he asked me to do a documentary on his life. And look, again, I'm a filmmaker. My antenna just went bing, because he has an established audience. He has a platform. But I was transparent with him. I said, Doc, I make feature film. I have never done a documentary. He's like, so what? You're a producer. I said, yeah, that documentary and that film, that's two different beasts. They are cousins. The process of doing a documentary is not the same process of doing a film. Like, the documentary is very detail oriented. It's involved with fact. And then after you collect your data, you have to do an observation of the subject. I said, someone of your caliber, I don't think I'm the right person to do the documentary. Quit playing with me, Queen. Quit playing with me. I have hard regard for you. I want you to do it. I will back you 100%. I will put my sweat into this. Yo, Queen, when I say Doc is on board for something, just say you don't want to do it, but you have my full support. Yo, he hyped me up, and I felt like, yo, I can do this. You know what I mean? I felt hyped. I am a film. And then I'm going to be honest with you. I wanted it because I'm in the indie circle. He has set on big platform. I'm like, if I nail this documentary, this could be the work that put me there, expose me to the industry level. Like, I'm like, what could become? So I was hyped to do the documentary for him. I was hyped. I was lit about it, just like he was. He's like, well, Queen, we doing way too much talking. You need to tell me, what do you need from me? What do I need to do? Let's get going. He's the type of person, like, And I love the energy. It's like, yo, we gonna do this. What do you need from me? What resource? What do you? I said, well, Doc. Now this is where I dropped the ball. I assume I was under the assumption he's gonna pay for the documentary. I fund my own project. You came to me and asked me to do a documentary of your life. So I sprint into action. I'm collecting data and I said, hey Doc, we're gonna have a production meeting. All right, Queen. I got my team. People are hype. Dr. Umar, oh my God, that's like an A-lister. Dr. They're hype because everybody wants to be attached to that project. So the very first production meeting, I called him, he knew I was going to FaceTime him. And when I FaceTime, it was at the studio with a group of my team. So everybody's hyped. So the first video call that I did with him, production meeting, his demeanor, I've never seen him like that. He kind of literally flipped on me. Like, Queen, what we doing here? What we doing here? I said, oh, our production meeting. This is my team. I wanted to introduce you. Everybody's hyped. They're excited about. Nah. Like his voice was literally elevating. I'm dealing with you. I'm not dealing with it. I'm dealing with you. I said, Doc, yes, you're dealing with me, but I have a team. This is the core group that we gonna execute this. I mean, and then it ain't no big group. We're
Yeah,
a
how
small
many do
group.
you remember? You remember how many people were
A
there?
party of 7. Me
Okay.
make 8. It's not really
Hmm.
a big group. I'm dealing with you. Queen, you can't be blindsiding me like that. He was very I said, Doc, all right, let me conduct this production meeting. You and I will talk at it. Yeah, Queen, you do that. Boom.
I'm looking at Philly Phil's page, but here's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna play her videos because then she'll get more extra attention. And I'm not willing to give her views. But I see her content on here and she's just I mean, I don't know what it is. It's like you want to talk about obsession. I can't believe she has 36,000 subscribers. Because it's nothing but him and she's talking about Charlie Kirk or something. But I mean, the obsession is real on here. And at the end of the day, if he goes down, let's say, you know, she aids or participates in any cybercrime, cyber harassment, or cyberbullying, in doxing, or in anything, and she gets named, then she's gonna pretend like she doesn't know who he is. Because everything isn't considered free speech. So she might want to be careful on all the things that she's saying and all the videos she's making and how it seems like it's targeting, especially Lene Stacks. She might want to stop because she could be named in a complaint to the FBI. She needs to cut it out. That's so crazy. It's so insane. Her page looks insane. But yeah, no, I'm not giving her views though. I'm not playing her videos. it's it's just ridiculous. Umar could literally be calling Bill with a minor and Philly Phil will blame the minor. Yeah, it's unfortunate and insane. He is Philly Phil equivalent. Yeah. Yeah, he's coming to my chat. I don't even say his name because I'm definitely not giving him views. I think she bought his new snow bunnies never bullshit. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, he would never be with her though. That's too much like right. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
Abruptly hung up. I saw the look on their face. They're like, what the hell just happened here? I said, well, guys, he is a public figure. He's very private. And I'm making an excuse for him. I said, maybe I should have been. He's like, but you told him you're going to have production. I said, yeah, I didn't elaborate that you guys would be on the video call. I probably blindsided him. And I talked to him, and we did what we had to do because we're on motion. We're about to do this documentary, right?
All right, so we're going to the next part 3 of the interview here.
I said, look, everybody, I'm the key person. I will be the only one that deal with him. So the initial process, we're accumulating information. Everybody was good. There's a lot of stuff that, he's a public figure. We were able to get, so the process wasn't very tedious. Like, it came pretty flowy because we were able to consume. And the fact that I had direct connection with him where we needed to be filled, the whole field, he was cooperative. He gave me information. He does lecture. So I told him, we're going to need, I need to observe you for your mannerism. We're going to need like little footage, to compose the documentary. I said, this is what you do. We're going to need that. All right. That sounds good. He's all for it. I said, okay, so I'll be traveling. You give me a list. I'll come to senior lecture with my team. Nah, I told you I'm dealing with you. I said, listen, I'm the producer, but this guy's the camera. Look. You can't. You mean tell me you can't? You bring the camera. I'll sit on the tripod for you. I said,
What?
but God, it was just, I'm dealing with you. You don't need to be bringing. And then, I'm at a crossroad here with them. And then this is when I talked to my.
Oh, just to give a synopsis, you all, for all those that's coming in, this is the interview with Lenon Honor and Maryanne Lorient. She is the independent filmmaker, that made The Awakening. That was supposed to be like a mini documentary film about Umar. Originally, she had cast the role to go to an actor. He reached out to her stating he wanted to play himself. And then he gets on set. And I believe that the filming took course over 3 or 4 days. And he gave her hell the entire time. He came into the film. He tried to change up much of the production. He tried to change out some of the actors, the actresses. One of them only got one scene in, and she'll speak on that in the video where she speaks about getting a settlement from him. And then, of course, he changed the main home of where the shooting took place because he didn't want to give this appearance like him and his mother wasn't living in some mansion somewhere. But they don't live in some mansion somewhere. She's in Section 8 housing. But because he's a narcissist, had this grandeur idea of how he should be portrayed. And he gave Maryanne Lorient such a hard time that the filming took longer than it should have. They had to change locations. She had to make adjustments on the spot. He didn't even want to stay at the hotel she booked for him. She booked a hotel for this clown to stay at, while the filming is going on. And he didn't even want to stay at that hotel. So she has to basically tell him, listen, I'll get the refund back from the hotel and I'll pay for the hotel you want to go to, but you got to pay the difference. Guess what he did? He shut the hell up and he stayed at the hotel she originally booked because he did not want to spend any money. Guess if he has any money. I believe he broke his hell because he spent money on stupid stuff. So, we'll get into the whole settlement thing and how $68,000 was, able to be paid out to her once that video comes up. But this is what he did to that film and the effect that he left on her. The experience that she had with him was just horrible. Umar is a piece of shit. Plain and simple.
Significant. I said, well, he's not comfortable with me traveling with the team. So he emailed me a schedule. I showed him the schedule. I said, I'm going to be going. It'll probably be a turnaround, a day trip. I'm going to start going to his lecture. I'm going to capture, because I talked to the cinematographer. I have a high-end iPhone. I'm going to capture some footage.
Hey, it's crazy.
We need to do this to incorporate for the document. He's like, no, I'm not comfortable with that. You're not going to follow this man around different cities alone. That's not happening.
Yep.
Now, he's my significant other. Now I got another obstacle. So I'm like, T. So T, the T is TJ. That's her. I said, T. Because he reached out. He goes, yo, I got your contract.
TJ is the attorney, I think.
I said, yeah. I said, I got a problem. He wants to deal direct with me. The team. It's not about have his team deal with your team. I said, I don't know. It's like he's very guarded with his team. In my mind, I'm still thinking
he doesn't have a team.
I said, yo, my king is tripping. He's like, you ain't going to follow Umar trying to be with this one. He's like, no, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't even like him. Like, Yeah, but that was his feeling. I'm being honest. And then so
Real talk.
T's like, okay,
TJ is a
tell
handsome
him you're
honey.
gonna go with your girlfriend. I said, are you listening to what I'm saying? He wants to deal with me directly. He goes, ain't no man gonna have no problem with some pretty woman around. All your friends are pretty. Bring your girlfriend.
Mm.
I'm like, okay. So when we attended that first lecture, of course, I'm not gonna lie to you. His lectures are amazing. It was packed. It was like about, I would say like about 80. Now I'm good at scanning a room because I make independent film. The theater sometimes sits 500. So when you go to another producer view and they come, we kind of scan the theater. Oh, they ain't sell out, but they did all right. About 300 people in here. So if I'm off, if I be 320 or even if it's 280, you're close. Because as a producer, you learn to scan the room because scanning the room, that's your money. Because when I walk in, oh, I cleaned up. It's a full house. I'm like, I ain't clean. I cleaned. I did well, but it ain't full. We got about 4. We got about 3. You learn to scan the room, and then when Regal Z you out at the end of the night, you know exactly how many body was in that theater. So I'm very good at scanning the room. He had to have about 80 people there, and then he blindsided me. Oh, y'all, after see Sister Lorient, please stand up. Now, mind you, I'm coming to your receipt. He can't debunk anything I'm going to tell you tonight because all those 8 lecture that he picked for me, pictures were taken. He blindsided. He had me stand up. He's like, after the lecture, after y'all get your book signing, y'all take it. Y'all need y'all to go to Sister Maryanne, give her your name, your email. She's doing a documentary on King Kong, and I need some of y'all to have testimony. I want to include my community and my document. I mean, it was grand. People got all hyped up, and then after the lecture, I got bombarded with about 25 people. So when I say he blinded me, I didn't come prepared with a pad or pen. I'm a professional individual. So I'm putting people's name and phone number, email on my phone. I'm like, wow, this is overwhelming. And then she could tell I was overwhelmed, but she's like, you want to help? I said, no, I got it. So I compart all their name within my phone. And after that, they do a dinner and he invited my girlfriend and I. I said, no, we have to drive back. It's an hour and a half drive. We're going to have to take a rain check. I got all the material that I needed. And he's like, Queen, come on now. I know you could get a hotel. I said, Doc. And he's very pushy. Like I said, no, Doc. I came. I did what I have to do. I did what I had to do. We're leaving. And then me sleeping there. And now you're going to cause problem in my relationship. Oh, you went on business, but you decided to sleep. Like, it's like, that's messy. Yeah. So her and I got back. And I'm glad she came with me because the ride back, I had companionship. And then we kind of reflect on. And then on our way back, when I got home, he called me. And again, had no boundary. Called me way after hour.
What? To call him way after hour? Oh my God. All right. So y'all, we're going into the next part 4.
So that was the process, bringing my girlfriend for the observation of the subject. Now I don't want to get too long-winded to get off, but this is where I knew he was shady again. I was so desperate on making this happen because I'm looking at my pocket. I'm ignoring the red flag. At the 8, I said, you know what? I said at the last one, I want to kind of get footage of, even if we get a footage of you going to the airport or come to the airport, I want to get that. And I want the last one, I want you to go into detail. What is it that you do? Because when he does those lectures, I'm not going to lie to you, that takes a lot out of a person. Yeah. He doesn't, we're going to give credit where credit is due. When he's doing a lecture, he's not reading from anything.
I agree, Ed. He is not a good speaker at all. He's loud. He's boisterous. He gives a lot of chants, we have to have a way to keep our black boys from running into gun violence. Who's with me? Yeah. It's a lot of that. He gives a lot of word salad. He's bombastic and speaks from his diaphragm. When you listen to what he's saying, it's disjointed nonsense word salad. Exactly, Ed. Exactly. It's like the most cliche things that you can think of to incite Black people, especially Black women, which is what oftentimes he's gearing his nonsense towards, that are single, because real men don't fall for his bullshit. So when he's speaking, he's really speaking to those, single Black women that have boys that feel their boys are out of control or unteachable, or they need a father figure. They don't have a lot of confidence in themselves as women. So he's feeding into them, and he's targeting them, and it's their emotional sense. Because he doesn't say or do anything to spark any intellectual conversation. You don't walk away from Umar's videos saying, I've thought about this and I've done some research on this and I've, learned this, that, and the third. No. You walk away irritated. You're trying to figure out, did he just call somebody a coon today? Like that's what you walk away. Learning that he's thrown out 3 or 4 derogatory words against Black women that he's appealing to. And that's the premise of it. Exactly. He knows how to pluck the right nerves. Racism, making Black women feel inferior to white women, all these things. And then turn around and want those same Black women to give him money. And it gets to a point where the verbal abuse, because this is where the cycle of verbal abuse comes in. The verbal abuse becomes so embedded in the Black women that listen to him, they don't recognize that they're being verbally and emotionally abused. And they accept it because they believe that this is what they deserve. This is what real Black men should do. This is how real Black men should speak to them and how real Black men should handle them and all this stuff. And they fall in line with it. It's like the abuse mentality. And he continues on with it because no one checks him. And I'm not saying check him by, I could do videos all day. You know what would really get to him? If you hit him in the pockets. If he all of a sudden just stopped getting a bunch of money. If he all of a sudden stopped getting attention from Charlemagne and Mark Lamont and people who have platforms. Joe Budden. If he did not get any other offer to go on anyone's platform until he opened that school up, or until he got himself under control and stopped saying and doing all the dumb stuff he was doing, that would be the only way to really get his attention. If he go a whole live stream and no one gives him a dime, that would get his attention. Would he rant and rave about it? Yes, because he's going to throw a tantrum. He's a petulant child. So he's going to throw a tantrum about it, but he'll also learn the lesson. But the people that he's out here verbally, emotionally, psychologically abusing are the same women that are giving him money, pouring into him. It's either the single Black women with no confidence or the elderly who think, well, we're just trying to help a Black man. He's a young Black man. He's not out here committing crimes or anything. Like the bar for them is so low. And it's like you have several Black men out here doing fantastic things that are opening up schools, that are actually contributing to their community, that are working, that are generating revenue to help pour financially into, Black boys and Black girls. He can't even show a receipt of something he's bought out of his own pocket. But those are the two sectors of people he targets: the elderly and Black women who are single mothers with no confidence, no self-esteem, that accept all of that verbal, emotional, and psychological abuse. It's crazy. If he wants to speak at soul food restaurants, whatever, but college campuses are a bridge too far. May as well let neo-Nazis spew there on campus at that point. Yeah, he goes on campuses and he records these college girls too from behind. He's zooming in on their behinds, their butts, their body parts. He's preying on the girls. He's not going there to teach them anything. What are you going to tell an 18, 19-year-old college kid? She don't know much about you or who you are. What if they're not a part of that conscious community? They're not studying you. But he goes on these college campuses And he doesn't mind filming them from behind, filming their body parts. That is what he does. Now, can you imagine someone like Charlamagne playing that video and saying, why are you filming this young lady's behind on college? Because I'm a father and I have a daughter. You think I would want you doing that to my daughter in college? These men are scared to put him in check because they're acting like little boys. They're scared to put him in check. And the ones that do, somehow, they're just hating. They're using terms they can't define. It's so crazy. So, this is all he does. He's not a good orator. He just yells and screams the usual rhetoric, the usual talking points, the ad hominems, the cliches, and all this crap over and over again. If you played 3 or 4 of his videos back to back of him just speaking at a crowd, he says the same thing over and over and over and over again. And no one walks away knowing anything more than they did when they showed up. But he amps up the crowd because he yells it out. And it's like, yeah, we got to do better in the community. Yeah. And that's it. And they walk away still doing nothing but giving him money. And that's it. It's crazy.
He is talking for an hour and a half straight. He's spitting out knowledge. I mean, and it's coming in an organized fashion. He's not reading a teleprompt. He's not reading notes. That's a lot. And you could tell at the end, even though he's taking pictures, he's engaging with the people that are there. You could tell, wow, a lot just came out of him.
Kamala Harris, you want to be the first woman president in American history. All power to you. Good luck. But if those 3 men who killed Breonna Taylor ain't locked up soon, your ass will not be going to the Oval Office.
He went to the Oval Office.
We came here today to mourn. 2 minutes, I'll be done. I heard the black bourgeoisie is in full force out of here today. So let me say something to you bootlicking ass uppity Negroes who don't like to fight for the people on the bottom. Not all pastors, but most of them. Not all politicians, but most of them. Not all scholars, but most of them. How dare I need some water. Don't give me no CIA water. And don't give me no FBI water. Be sure this ain't the FBI water.
He said nothing in that. And Trump still landed in the White House. So what was the point of this? He's not even talking about what should be the focus of the young lady that lost her life. This is how depraved he is. He can't even focus on the young lady that lost her life, talking about what she may have done and the accomplishments she's made. He's sitting here targeting politicians and pastors, and for what? They're not stunning him because he's a buffoon. He's ignorant.
Black power. I said black power. I said black power. Brothers and sisters.
Oh my God,
we came here today.
Umar, yeah, exactly, Ed Evans. Umar's a nobody. If the FBI targets him, it's because they want to take his ass down. He's under investigation, not because they feel like he's doing something that is somehow a danger to them and their goal. Now, they know he's not doing anything other than illegal shit, not telling people what he's doing with all these contribution dollars, trying to violate cease and desist orders, but he's not doing anything as far as making change happen that could be a threat to an FBI. The only thing that would be a threat to the FBI is if he completely disregards an FBI investigation. But that's it. That's all they want him for when he's under investigation. Child police. He's not an MLK. He's not a nothing. He just begs for money and doesn't want to get a job.
Be out of spirit. But I'm going to say this in my low voice.
He's choking.
So I'm like, I want to know before a lecture, what does the king does to prepare? Like, what do you do, and what do you do to like decrease like the stress level before you shut down for the evening? It's like, yeah, I do my libation, I do this, I do. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I don't want to be invasive. Can we have maybe one or two member of your team, and I would have my accompanied girlfriend to go in your room. I want to take some picture. I want to document this libation. I want to see what is it that you do. Yeah, bring the girls up. Yeah, all for it. And he's like, I like this hotel. This is a nice hotel. The room is beautiful. And sure enough, it was a beautiful hotel. The room was beautiful. But listen to this. When we walked in the lobby, he is admired by many. So the work, Dr. Umar, you Dr. Umar, my cousin went to the like they're happy. Like they're waving, even some of the white employees, they're just standing there waving, hey, Dr. Umar. And he's like, hey, y'all, peace, peace. And, he put his hand together like a praying for him, and he bows down. That's like his little thing. So I took some snap picture in the lobby, which were Camden shot. And then you could see my girlfriend, not their face, but their back. Because we were like impressed. Like he walks in a hotel lobby and he captivates the room. I mean, we're going to give credit where credit is due. So and when we got to the elevator, I said, where's your team member? Queen, I told you how I roll. I'm dealing with you. I know, but where's your assistant? So all this time when I see him with a group at dinner, I'm thinking among there's team members. This man don't have a team. This man does not have an assistant. This man does not have a secretary.
Who lies about having a team though? Only a clown would lie about having a team. Who would truly lie about that? Only people that lie about, I have a team. I have a cyber team. I have investigate. I have all this. They don't have anything. They do that because of that grandiose mentality. They got to pump themselves up to feel and be more special than they really are. He says that stuff so that people can look at him as if he's more important than he truly is. Because he knows he's not doing anything of value, but running his mouth. But to say, I have a team of people around me, it gives this perception, he must be somebody. He must be handling business. Must be important. No, he doesn't have a team. And that is documented by those tax forms where he has himself listed as executive director and not an accountant listed. He doesn't have a secretary listed. He doesn't have any other staff listed on those tax forms for FDMG. He is the only person listed as any employee or anyone that could possibly be considered an employee of FDMG LLC on those tax forms. And I pulled them up. And he has himself listed as executive director, as a director. What director needs a team of people? When did a director need a team of people when they're traveling? You're just a director of a school building. That's no different than being a director of an organization. When did a director in an organization need a team? You need your own secretary. You need your own accountant. Why? Yeah, if you're the CEO or something, but not you. Just sometimes you can be a director of a department. When did that ever require for you to have a team? You're the director of custodian records. You don't have a team with stuff like that. But he does that because he wants to make himself feel more special and sound more important than he really is. And he isn't. All you got to do is show him the tax form. Dude, you realize you're just a director at FDMG. You could be director of, the library. I mean, that wouldn't be any different. Why would you need a secretary for that? That's crazy.
I'm just like a little independent filmmaker. I got an assistant. Now, assistant ain't on payroll continuously, but when it's time for business, there's an assistant. Like with him, you want to reach him is the rep. He gives the whole world his phone number.
Hit the like button.
And he deals with you. If you want him to come for a phone, he does his dealing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
we're here.
does his dealing. So I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get this liability. I gotta get what he does when he's like de-stressing after him. So me and 3 other young ladies, it was 4 of us and him, we entered the room and he was polite, respectful. So when I pulled out my iPhone, I was like, yo, Queen, you need to chill with that. I said, chill with what, Doc? I'm a leader. I'm about to start a school. You can't be taking a picture of this woman in this room. I said, I'm not going to take a picture of you with them. They're going to step aside. I want to see you do this thing. And he had a shrine cover. He unveiled the shrine and he explained very detailed. He explained to us. And then, just his little, he lit up his little candle. He did his little thing. And it was interesting. We kind of look and I took.
Y'all know Umar admitted that he is into black magic and voodoo, right? He said it himself in a video. I played it. I couldn't believe it. He's actually into black magic and voodoo.
Some picture, 1 or 2 snapshots. What he didn't want is for me to capture him in the room with any woman. And I'm like, yo, that's not what I'm here for anyway. And then at the end, it got soft and fun. And he's like, yo, I'm gonna roll this and I want to see if you are a submissive and cooperative woman or if you are an argumentative and non-cooperative woman. And the lady, I'm not gonna lie, they all were.
What did he mean by I'm gonna roll this? What is he talking about?
He got this little stuff, his libation, after he does a little smoke, like, because even though I'm part of the conscious community, I'm not into that, all of that. I have a Christian background. Do you understand what I'm saying? So he
wait, so he rolled a blunt? Is that what I'm hearing? He rolled a blunt? Hit a like and leave a comment to massage the algorithm. Thank you so much. 25 people watching. I better see 25 likes. We got a few Maryanne Lorient videos I want to touch on after this. Someone wanted me to play the video where she called him a monkey. So I got a few videos just because of the interview and everything. And she posted up the most recent video. And so wait a minute. He rolled up a blunt and then he's trying to determine whether they're submissive and cooperative with this blunt. Because that's all I'm hearing here. What else could he be possibly rolling up? What else do you all smoke? I don't get it. What else could he be possibly smoking here? And then you're trying to see if someone's submissive with it or cooperative. Is that code for I want to see if you're gonna tell on me and rat me out? What does that mean?
You get the girls, and then the one that he's really fond of, he's like, you're not the committed. No, you're not the cooperative, and we all laughed. We thought it was like so funny. He hugged her really tight, but she was liking it too because she hugged him back. We're having fun, okay? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, they enjoy his company as well. And he's like, Queen, I'm gonna do you. I said, no, Doc. I'm a sanctified queen. I said, no, Doc. With my Christian background, I don't do all that. And then one of my girlfriends said, you didn't know Maryanne's a sanctified queen? And we all laughed. Like, man, I know. And I bet you she give that tithe faithfully to that church. And we laughed. It's like he said in a joking manner, but he was like, I know she contributed to FDN. She paying that tithe. Like, it was kind of a condescending comment, but he framed it in a jokey manner. Does that make sense? So after observation is done, he is like I say, he is.
See, he's jealous and mad at you tithing to a church, but not giving all your money to him. That's all I'm taking that out. I mean, that's all I can get out of that. How dare you tithe to your church? How dare you think I owe you money? Like, he's sitting here showing how jealous he is at the idea of somebody giving some money to anyone else. As if she owes him all of her money. Just a leech. Umar is a leech upon humanity.
Great, but comedian, where you at? Where are we at? I said, yo, I'm kind of putting the documentary in a format. So even though it's not a written script, we're putting it in an orderly. We're not just filming like crazy. When we're about to hit with the camera, we have a format. We have like a guideline script. Does that make sense to you? And even though it's written, we're gonna have like and then he wants to like always, he's like, nah, I could do the overheads. I said, no, this is about your life. You can't be the one speaking. So that was hard to convince him. He is a very controlling person. I said, we have voice actor. We're gonna have someone with great that can pronounce great tone of voice. That will be the voiceover for documentary. I said, trust me, you want this done right. So it was like a battle back and forth with them. And then when we're done, DJ called me. It's like, hey, I got the contract for you and Umar. I emailed it. I said, good. Print it out, look at it. I'm gonna send him a hard copy, and I'm gonna email him a copy. So I called him. I said, and the financial report for the documentary. Again, it's like he asked me to do it, so I'm gonna present you what this gonna cost. So when I called, I said, Doc, like I told you, I don't really do documentary. I do film, but you were so inspiring to me. I took the project on, but this is probably the most costly project that I've ever done, and I kept it to a shoestring budget. Doc, when I told you I cut corner of finance, I cut corners. Like, yeah, okay, well, what is it? We good. I said it's gonna be $86,000. I said that's expensive, Doc, and he's like, nah, we're good. We could do this. He's like, Queen, you worrying about money? You worrying about the petty stuff? I said,
Yeah. How much did you say? How much did you say it was going to be?
$86,000.
And this was for the documentary.
This is for the documentary. That include, and so people are like, why $86,000? That include hotel costs when I bring the team. That's cameraman, lightman, sound person, makeup artist. Yes, we have a makeup artist. That was another problem with him. I said, listen, it's going to be high definition.
Y'all keep that number in mind. $86,000. Hey, Alan of me. That's cult leader speech. They always demand everything from their followers. Exactly. Hey, Condia. Shout out to my mods. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, y'all. I'm going to type it in here. $86,000, okay? Because the video we show at the end is going to be imperative to this math. All right? So that was the total cost for the film, $86,000. I want y'all to keep that in mind. I just typed it in the chat for you. All right? Because we're adding this all up.
And camera is just to make your skin come flawless. I'm not with that makeup. I'm not with that stuff, like just very vulgar.
Did he say that?
Yes, he did. I said we
Hey,
have.
what exactly did he say there about the makeup? What did he say?
He's not with that approach.
Huh?
I said even news anchor. That's to make you look flawless on camera. So there's a core team that has to come. So when these people come, as the producer, I have to pay
What
the
was the
hotel
word
room.
he said?
We're not bunching everybody in the room. People need their privacy. Some people, they defecate early in the morning, late at night. People want their privacy. So everybody to get their own room. And then I have to provide 3 meals while they're there. And then I have to cover insurance. Yes, I'm an independent. We had a producer in Youngstown.
Right.
Independent. We're not even Hollywood. This girl broke her leg on set, and it
Hit the
was
like
like
button
a
coming in.
mountain of legal trouble for him. Yeah, you doing this? You're the producer. This happened. Oh, you don't have insurance. Now you have legal issues because these guys, they don't get. They want to be in your movies. They'll work for free for you. Sometimes if they're so desperate to be on a project, let something happen to them on set. See if you're not going to hear for their attorney. People are vicious like that. So I have to cover insurance. That isn't cheap. That's a nice bulk out of the $86,000. You know what I'm saying? And then when I present that to him, he's like, no, we're going to do this. And I said, well, Doc, you're going to have to give them the entire money. It's not like a layaway plan or half up front because, everything got to be paid as we go because the documentary is like, we were going to capture. So we did research, we did observation. We were going to capture some live lecture. We were going to bring it fresh. So, and he's like, oh, listen, family. Oh, Queen, all my money's tied in FDMG. I don't have a business going this documentary. You go ahead and fund it. I'm going to put my sweat. You have my.
Well, he said all his money is tied into FDMG. So, okay. The question would be, where are you generating personal income to live off of? How are you paying your personal bills? All your money is tied into FDMG. What is your money? Because the last time I checked, FDMG money was coming from donors and contributors. He said his money is tied into FDMG. How? What amount of his money is tied into FDMG again? And why is he considering FDMG dollars when that comes from donors and sponsors and contributors? Well, not sponsors, but donors and contributors. So why is he considering that his money? Because he doesn't put any of his personal money into the FDMG at all. He doesn't have any personal income coming in like that. Unless he's including his money he gets from speaking engagements or his books or anything like that. But where are the receipts to show or a ledger to show how much of that money is coming in? Where's his personal tax documents? Because I haven't seen any tax forms that he's done for himself, his own personal tax return. The only taxes that has his name on it is with the 501c3. He does everything under that 501c3. Everything under the FDMG LLC. So what personal money does he have into FDMG?
Backing, when the money come in, you recruit what you put in, and then, you know, just give a little something to FDMG. I don't even care if you don't give
That's
me
a good
nothing.
question, Ed.
I just want to live a digital imprint for these young boys that I'm going to create this school so they can know about Umar John. I don't want no white man doing my documentary. He went on and on and on. And then I paused. So after I paused, I said, well, Doc, let me get back to you. And Mr. I'm going to be honest with you. Lorient Vision Production is a young production. I felt scared, and I did not want to gamble to put $86,000 in a project like that, because I knew if it flopped, like, I just have too much to lose.
Yeah.
So when 2 days later, he didn't even give me a chance to call me. He called me like, okay, what's the verdict? When we starting? I need to email you these lectures. We need to get started. And
but he didn't talk about any money,
because I gave him a list prior.
But he wasn't willing to give any money to the project. No money to this project. So he didn't give any money up front. It's $86,000. He just said he had all his money tied into FDMG, which he would never be able to differentiate the donor and contributors' money from his own personal money because he has no personal income coming in. And if he does have income coming in from like his appearances on the Breakfast Club or Joe Budden podcast, any of that money, he hasn't filed any personal tax returns either. How does he prove that he has income coming in? Aside from him showing the court, maybe if he had to show a judge, here's how much they paid me. Now, the Breakfast Club and Joe Budden and whomever else has brought him out probably could show receipts of money they gave to him, money they paid to Umar, but they don't have to until they're ordered by a court to do it. So how would we really know how much personal funds of his money, his personal funds, went into FDMG? And he's certainly trying to wiggle his way out of putting his personal funds into this film that he wanted to do. He wanted to participate in. She could have just hired an actor. He wanted to be in this. That's what's so crazy about
colors not to wear. And I want to take some picture of what I'm gonna wear each lecture, so you could tell me if it's okay. I said, Doc, I don't want to bust your bubble. I've already talked to production. Everybody morale just crashed. He's like, what? I said, I cannot take that financial burden. I just can't. As much as I want to, as much as I'm, it's in my blood boiling. I cannot proceed with that. That's like way too much of financial commitment. Like, I don't understand. You're pretty. You have body of work. I said, yeah, I have body work. Film. I told you that documentary and that film are like cousin. I can't. I was willing to take a stab at it, but I can't take that financial risk, and I am not willing. So that's the business part of me. I got to my senses. See, when it's your money, you wake up quick.
Yeah,
that's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then
he doesn't care.
And I
Umar's
could
not
tell.
spending any money.
Like he went down. He's like, oh, Queen. Okay, you say you can make a movie. I said, yeah, doctor. Well, let's make a movie on the spot, just like that.
Okay, how much did he pay in it? Umar, how much money did you pay to it? He's like a freaking child. It's like him going into the toy store. You know what? I want all these toys. And the mama's standing there telling him, son, I can't afford this stuff. Why? Why? Christmas is coming around the corner. Let's get these toys. And then he just goes and picks out stuff. Despite the fact that the mother's telling him, I cannot afford to buy you these toys. He's just going through the toy store shopping any damn way. You know what I would do? Leave his ass in that damn toy store.
I said, you want to make a movie? Yeah, let's make a movie. That's what you could do. But I don't have no money to put in no project. I will give you my sweat. You will have my undivided attention. You will have my support. I will.
Yeah, he has no money to give to it.
Film. I will give you my platform. He gave me a whole song and dance. I'm like, now you're speaking my language. We're gonna make a movie. That evening, when I got off the phone with him, I called everybody on production one-on-one. I said, we back in business. He wants us to make a film.
But he didn't have any money to put into it. All right, y'all. We're going to part 5. This is one of the longer ones.
That evening, when I got off the phone with him, I called everybody on production one-on-one. I said, we back in business. He wants us to make a film.
Now, can you explain to a listening audience too the difference, documentary versus film? Why would a documentary be so much more labor intensive and much more higher financial commitment versus a film?
Okay, it has to. When you're doing a documentary, we're going on facts. A film, even if it's based on someone's life, it could be a loosely based on someone's life. We're doing a fact, and then the cost of going to city. He's not doing lecture in one city. He travels. So that traveling for the team has increased the cost. And then one of the things that turned me off is one thing to take your filming equipment. I don't even store it at my studio. My equipment are in my personal home and my storage paid behind my bar. We have the theater room, the bar, and then when you come to the back room, that's the storage in the basement. So my equipment are in my personal residence. You get the increase of your equipment being damaged because you're either commuting in a van or you're commuting my plan, and you don't know when that equipment leaves your care, how protective and delicate they're going to deal with it. So you have to put in cost of production. If any of the equipment, mic, camera, anything get damaged, we have to be able to order that equipment within the city we're in. And anyone who make independent film have to take it from me. You can ask anyone, they're gonna go, to order to rent a camera, sometimes could cost you a red eye could cost you $2,600.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Yeah. And you're not buying it, you're renting. And the mic is by the hour. The light, it just costs so much more. Where the film, he comes in our city. This is my stomping ground. I have abundance of resource to me. I've already established. I have an establishment. It's easier to make that a reality. And I can manipulate.
Now, why is he always rubbing that one finger underneath his nose? I mean, we all know it smells like his butt.
The price of the film. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah. So he was game for the film. So, and he called me back. He's like, well, now how this thing gonna take you to get? I said, look, I already have. We did our research on you. I have my observation research on you. I'm just gonna write a script. I know you personally. I know of your life. I'm just gonna write a script. And again, through the process of writing the script, you're gonna feel little holes here and there. How long that's gonna take? I said, I can write that script in 30 days. And then he burst out and laughed. Quit playing with me, Queen. Quit playing with me. 30 days. And I said, yes. I said, this is my thing. This is my stumping ground. I can get this script ready in 30 days. He's like, when was the film? I said, the minute that script is done, we could set the date to film 15 days. 15 days? I can't give you 15 days. I said, well, I can't give you 15 days. I can scale it back to 10.
Can you all see how he's already dictating the film and the direction of the film? She's writing the script. He didn't want to put any money into it, but he talking about, I give you blood, sweat, and tears. I'll give you everything. Like, I put all my energy into this. Now he's saying, I can't give you 15 days. Now he's already cutting back on what he said he would be able to do. And it's not even monetary. For all those who are just not tuning in, we're checking out Lenon Honor's interview that he did with Maryanne Lorient. Her video that she did last night, dropped last night about a settlement. So it just kind of coincided because I had this live stream scheduled for at least 4 days, 4 or 5 days. So it was already kind of scheduled for me to go over this, do a watch party on the interview. But since she dropped her video last night about the settlement, we're going to play some clips from her other videos where she talks about the film and, of course, leading up to the settlement. But so far, she's done a film. She had an idea for The Awakening. He imposed himself upon the film. She could have gotten an actor to do the role, but he wanted to play himself. It was $86,000 total. He has no money to give. He said something about his personal money being tied up into FDMG, which we all know is a flat out lie because what is his personal money? Does he even have personal money coming in at this point? Who knows? Right? And then now he's saying, after he told her, I would give you my blood, sweat, and tears and be dedicated and give you all I got. And now he's turning around saying he can't give her 15 days. So now she's about to try to scale it back. All these adjustments she's made after she told him she did not have $86,000 to donate or to give up out of her life into this film. He can't give her one red penny. And she decides to do it anyway. So let's get to it. This is where we pick up now.
I said, okay, hey, I said, Doc, we're talking about a feature film, an hour and a half, a lot of footage here. I give you 3 days. I said,
3 days.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that's not possible. Why is not possible? You're the queen. I'm trying to work here with you. So him and I going back. I said, Doc, 3 days filming 8 hours. We can't do it. But who said we got to film 8 hours? You film it till you get it. And I said, oh, so you gonna be willing to film 16, 18 hours? Yes. I said, stop playing. He goes, yes. I was like, okay. And I said, okay, again, that's my greed. I wanted to do something with him because I felt this is going to take me to a different level. I'm doing my little thing, but I wanted to tap on his audience. I wanted to tap.
And I'm glad she's honest about this. She's honest about this and saying, I felt that doing this film would take me to another level because of who he is and his notoriety and his infamy. But all the false promises and the lies he told along the way he treated her, the way he, just bossed her around on her project. This is her film. Her film. After he's questioned, why she lives in the community she lives in, and you bought a studio and all these things, he just went in leeching off of this woman. He had no good intentions for her at all. He didn't care if she made it, if the film did well. He didn't care about any of that. He didn't even care that she kept telling him, I don't have $86,000 to put into this film.
On that high, I'm like, he's exposing us. What high platform he's going to go and push the movie? Because he was in 110%. Okay, so I'm like, okay. So I call production meeting again. And then I told him, I say, look, we have this meeting. Everybody who's in, I need to know today. If you're not in, I need to know today. I said, this is probably going to be the most labor-intensive project any of us, including myself, ever worked on. And they're like, it's Dr. Umar. Everybody's in. I said, stop. He's going to come in for 3 days. I'm like, 3 days? You can't get the whole film? I said, yeah. We're going to work from 7 a.m. and we may be cutting off like sometimes 3 to 2 a.m. in the morning. And they're like, ain't no actor going to sign no contract. I said, yeah, the actors are on a revolving door. They're not in all the scenes. Everybody's going to have their time slot. Umar is the lead. He's in 90% of the movie. He is willing to work from sunrise to sunset. Now, as the crew, are we willing to do these grueling hours? Everybody was in. You hear me? Everything. Because we all were hyped. Everybody wanted to be attached to the project. It's like an adrenaline of a high that we're all chasing. So I went back to him. I said, everybody's in. We're all for the project. When can you tell me the 3 days? I'm going to start the casting process. Oh, I can't give you 3 days. But what I can do, I will call you 2 days before my arrival. I said, Doc, Maryanne, I'm working with you. I will call you 2 days before arrival. Are you listening to me? He can't debunk any of this, okay? He said he will call me 2 days before arrival. So I'm like, okay, we're going to get this done. So I went back. I said, look, he's going to let us know 2 days. We're going to all have to have a strategy because everybody had a real job, 9 to 5. I said, look, I work third shift, which is an 11 to 7, which tonight I switched because I work Saturday night because I knew, I said, I'm not going to be under the stress trying to rush through the interview to go clock in at 11. So this past weekend,
thank you.
I switched with a co-worker. I did Saturday night so I could have Monday night
she
off.
does.
So
She got a
back
team
on
behind
track,
her.
back on track. I said, we all going to have a collective story, a family emergency. Y'all gonna miss 3 days work. What I can do, see, the way production, we don't pay them hourly. I pay you per production day. I said, what I can do, whatever 3 days, if it's not on the weekend, we don't know if he was coming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we don't know. I said, if those 3 days happen to be on week, you won't get that payment up front like your normal pay. What production will do, we will take that 8 hour per each 3 days, and then when the money come rolling back, you will have, it's like a bonus check. You're going to be compensated, but it ain't no free for all. You're going to bring your pay stuff to verify your hourly pay, and that's how your bonus check going to be generated. Because we all know we about to eat. You understand? We know once this project drop, we're going to be good. Because if I was doing it before he came along, he has that level of platform. This is like one of the biggest projects any of us ever worked on. Everybody was all in. So meanwhile, I'm still in communication with him. We're not talking every day, but I can fairly say we talk at least 4 to 5 days during the month. We're in communication. What we're doing now is casting actors. So we were casting actors, hiring actors, and we told them, you have the job, but you'll give 2 weeks, 2 days notice before filming. And that was unconventional. A lot of them, why, right? I said, and that's how that's going to be. Can you roll with it? Oh, okay. And I said, it may be a time slot for your work. He's Umar Johnson. You're going to have to probably lie, not go to work. But if the time that, that's how we wrote. I said, the time that you're there, we're going to require for you to bring a pay stuff. We take it to Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas is the accountant. He's going to look at your time. And the time you on set, if you're there for 2 hours, we're going to pay you for 2 hours. It wasn't like a free fall and everybody kind of rolled with it. So everybody wanted to be attached to the project with Dr. Umar. I'm not even going to lie. When I tell you the energy level was tremendous, I had other producers that said, yo, can I come on set? I would like to meet them just to see what y'all doing. It's like for that brief moment, our production felt like a little superstar. Does that make sense? Like, because we're excited. We're doing something that everybody within the indie community was interesting, like what they're about to do, how is this going to come out? And then we kept it very tight-lipped. We told nobody this project was going to be filmed in 3 days. TJ reached out to you like, hey, I have the contract, which is ready. Again, we're doing that same process like we did documentary. Because I'm sending you the contract. I said, good. I'm going to email him the contract. I'm going to email him the script. And I'm going to send a hard copy as well. Now, this is where I want all of y'all to hang on to every word I'm about to say. I emailed him the contract. I emailed him the script. I didn't hear from him for 3 days. I sent him the contract. You're showing them the contract now. I had him do the highlight of key stuff. So I emailed him the contract. I sent him the script. And then he is very good in communicating on here. So I reached out to him. This was 4 days after I sent him the contract. I said, Doc, hey, Maryanne, like very high energy. I said, I sent you the contract. Yeah, I got everything. I said, oh, okay. I said, I sent you the script. Girl, I already got that script packed down. And him and I bust out laughing. I'm like, oh, now you playing with me. Nah, y'all not playing. Like, he told me he had the script packed down. I said, okay, tonight, can you, if you don't have electronic signature, I got that. I said, oh, okay. Because I was going to guide him how he can go to one of the office like to get the contract signed and send it back. He's like, I got that. I said, yeah, if you could just electronic sign it, or I even send you a hard copy, just sign the hard copy, throw it back in the mail. I'm gonna need that for us to proceed. Yeah, I got you. All positive. I got you.
Can I read that? Can I read it real quick? Just so the audience, they can. Yeah, let me just read it for everyone. Everyone's at the quick set. Let me just read this to you guys. This is from August 27, 2022, just to be clear about the timeline. This is what was written to Umar, the contract to the political activist known as Dr. Umar Johnson. This is a contract between Dr. Umar Johnson and producer Maryanne Lorient. Dr. Umar will be allowed to show the finished production of the film on his Umar Johnson TV. I think it was umarjohnson.tv he had. I don't think he ever actually got that.
It never got running, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Which Dr. Umar will benefit from financially. The producer Maryanne Lorient will, I think you're saying, launch a tour of the finished product, the film, to recuperate production fee with the producer Maryanne Lorient put in 100% of the funds. Dr. Umar was requested to also do a tour on the finished product.
Hold on, where is this contract at? Because this was August 27, 2022. Where did he say this was posted?
I bust out laughing. I'm like, oh, now you playing with me. Nah, I'm not playing.
Let me go back a little bit. Hold on.
He told me he had the script packed down. I said, okay, tonight, can you if you don't have electronic signals,
Oh, it's an email.
I said, oh, okay, because I was gonna
Email, y'all.
guide him how he can go to one of the office like to get the contract signed and send it back. He's like, I got that. I said, yeah, if you could just electronic sign it, or I even send you a hard copy, just sign the hard copy, throw it back in the mail. I'm gonna need that for us to proceed. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so this is an email from the attorney TJ Dow, Cleveland, Ohio. Y'all see at the bottom? Attorney information at the bottom. Attorney TJ Dow down here, Cleveland, Ohio, to Umar Johnson. So this is an email from the attorney to Umar.
All positive. I got you.
Can I read that? Can I read it real quick? Just so the audience, they can. Yeah, let me just read it for everyone. Everyone's got a quick chat. Let me just read this to you guys. This is from August 27, 2022, just to be clear about the timeline. This is what was written to Umar, the contract to the political activist known as Dr. Umar Johnson. This is a contract between Dr. Umar Johnson and producer Maryanne Lorient. Dr. Umar will be allowed to show the finished production of the film on his Umar Johnson TV. I think it was UmarJohnson.tv he had. I don't think he ever actually got that.
It never got running, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Which Dr. Umar will benefit from financially. The producer Maryanne Lorient will, I think, launch a tour of the finished product of the film to recuperate production fee with the producer Maryanne Lorient put in 100% of the funds. Dr. Umar was requested to also do a tour on the finished product, the film of the film. Producer Maryanne Lorient will allow Dr. Umar to do a tour of the finished product of the film. The sale will be divided 60% to Dr. Umar and 60% to Dr. Umar and 40% to the producer Maryanne Lorient, since it is producer Maryanne Lorient intellectual property loosely based on Dr. Umar's life, but mainly fiction. If for any reason Dr.
Okay, so $86,000. She agreed for the sale to be divided 60% to him, 40% to her. All right, so we're doing the math. I'm typing this in the chat. Dollars total, and 60% of sale to Oompa Loompa, and 40% to Maryanne Lorient, plus her rights, plus intellectual, rights to keep it. Intellectual rights to film. Okay? Because that's important. Having the rights to the film allows her to be able to continue to distribute it and to still control if she wants to go out and allow someone, let's say they want to utilize parts of the film in another movie or something like that, she would get some of the royalties from that because she maintains the rights, so they would have to go through her. It's her film. She put in 100% of the cost. Giving him 60% of the sale, to me personally, I would not have done that. It would have been the other way around. I would have gotten 60% of the sale, plus maintain my intellectual rights. He would have gotten 40%. Why does he get anything at all if he put $0.00 into it? But that's the breakdown now. So I want you guys to keep this in mind. Okay, as we get to the final video where she talks about the settlement. All right. So let's get back to this contract.
Umar Johnson chooses not to move forward with this production, a script has been sent to him by email under any circumstances. Is Dr. Umar Johnson allowed to produce this material without the collaboration of producer Maryanne Lorient? It is copyright material. So in other words, you're saying that the script is your script. He can't refurbish it if he put
property. And the reason I had T put that, he is an intelligent individual. While we were going through the process of the documentary, he was taking note. He was very informative of the process because he was calling me. He was in the loop. When we agreed we can't do, because I'm not financially committed, we went to film. While we're in the process of preparing for his film, he went behind my back trying to do some documentary using my formula. And I'm like, wow, that's just not cool. But again, I don't know what roadblock you went to. I guess these boys embrace the project. They are based out in Michigan. Because see, what he don't understand, he's being trifling, going behind back door, doing backdoors deal. he don't understand. Within that independent community, things get around. So I'm like, oh, he's trying to do a shockumentary. So he didn't call it the Umar doc. He called it shockumentary. He got a group of boys who are indie, just like I am, from Michigan. I got this from good sources. And then the formula, that's all the hard work I did. But the problem is, he didn't understand. He ain't putting no money. That's an expensive thing to do. When they realize he's not putting money, they kind of like, yo, we can't do it. And then it kind of died.
Let me read the last part of this. It says, last night, August 26, 2022, Dr. Umar Johnson requested producer Maryanne Lorient to provide a tangible contract by email. And then attorney TJ Dow, Cleveland, Ohio. So you did send him an email.
I previously sent him the contract. We repeatedly keep saying, Doc, I need the contracts out. Doc, I need it. And at one point, like, Queen, I don't know if I deleted that email. You're going to have to send it back. Like he was playing games. He refused to sign the contract. But me, I am so full of greed trying to get this movie done. And he's like, Maryanne, you can't proceed without him having a contract. I'm like, T, he's good for it. He's really good. I was continuously making excuses for him.
I don't think I mean, to be fair to her, she wasn't being full of greed. She just honestly was hoping that the film would catapult, her body of work as well. And it's not greedy to say that. So she shouldn't feel bad for saying, because this is someone that takes advantage of people 24/7. To me, it's almost an expectation if you're going to work with somebody that you consider to be high profile, because Umar is just not high profile in many standards to many people, but let's just say she considered him to be someone that is high profile, especially in the conscious community, and she's doing a film about him, and it's supposed to be about him, and then he decides he wants to, portray himself. Of course you expect that film to do well, at least within that community. You expect her to be able to have, some more attention brought to her body of work. There's nothing wrong with that. She shouldn't feel bad about it. That's my whole thing. Because if he sat here and he took advantage of her every step of the way, the least he could have done was to help promote her body of work. And not just this film, all the other films and documentaries that she has on her channel that she has done. That's the least he could have done. That's free to do. To speak on her body of work and the films that she has created before she did Awakening. That's the least he could have done. He could have literally commanded all the Umar Tardians to go and watch all her movies, and it would have gotten thousands of views. He couldn't even give her credit to recognize her body of work. That is how piss poor of a person he is. And that is the least he could have done for free. Wouldn't have cost him anything. That's the crazy part about it. So she should not feel bad about that. Maryanne, don't feel bad about it. Because that's the least he could have done. You put 86 grand into this film. He gave you a hard time every step of the way. The least he could have done was promoted all of your other films and encourage people to watch those as well, and help you get a boost in views and sales in those other movies that you've done. That's the least he could have done.
He refused to sign the contract. So this is where we had to set him up. Like, okay, we had to put in writing. He asked for another contract when the contract was sent to him. And I'm going to break the contract in layman's terms. The contract was like, I'm putting 100% fund. He doesn't put any penny. The film is my.
I'm glad you said that. It was a mutually beneficial corporation. It's a mutually beneficial situation. It costs him nothing to say, y'all go check out, Maryanne Lorient's movies on her channel. Watch all her films. That's all he had to do was just say it. And it would have brought a lot of attention to her platform, to her channel, to her body of work. It would not have cost him a dime to uplift and encourage people to watch her content. Mutually beneficial. He wasn't paying any money into the film. Umar is a very immature part. Yes, thank you, Mr. Non-Influence. How you doing? He's a child. He's like a child in mind, body, and spirit. He's a big ass kid. He refused to sign his daughter's birth certificate. Yeah, we're talking about someone that's a horrible father. But all he had to do was say, hey, you guys go on her Instagram channel. I want all of you to watch all of her stuff. And his whole cult following would have did exactly what he said. It would not have hurt him to do that. He's such a leech.
Intellectual property loosely
Don't feel
based
bad
on
about
him.
that, Maryanne.
Mm-hmm.
When money start coming in, we were going to be transparent with him with every receipt, whatever production cost, it's going to be recuperated. Because I have a formula. If I put $10, when the pile of money come in, we don't subtract that $10 because that was pre-existing
right.
money that belongs to me.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I was going to do my little tour. I have already set up a Regal. We had 40 screening, which I normally do 8, 40. Okay, 40 screening. And I have that contract from Regal Cinema because I knew I had his backing. So out of the 40 screening, money was going to come in. And when that money comes in, this is the producer profit. We paid these people that was going to lie and take time out of their paying real job that pays their bill to pay them.
You go.
And then he had this TV thing that was not up and running at the time, but he said they were putting it together. He gave me some kind of story. I said, once production money is recuperated, once the tour is done and I make a profit, you will be handed the film. You could do it on Umar TV. And then he requested to do his own tour. He had to do his own tour. I'm like, fine, but that's still my intellectual property. But he was going to put the labor. He knows how to pack a room. I said, while you do the tour, we split it 60-40. I get 60%. You get, he gets 60%. I'm
60,
sorry.
you get 40.
I get 40%. That was the agreement. He never contests the contract. We are all on the same page. The problem we have with him, he refused to sign the contract. We were so scared. DJ's like, I'm going to send this brother one more email. He said, Dr. Umar, contract's been sent twice to you. Production does not have a signed contract for you, but we are advising you. The minute you accept that plane ticket, the minute you get on that plane, the minute you touch ground in Cleveland, Ohio, you are in a binding contract, sir. And then
can you explain that? Can you explain that to the audience though? What your lawyer did? It was a tactic.
It was a shield
contract implied. It's like a contract implied.
He informed them, we sent you 2 contracts, and we have not received any signed contract from you. But once you accept our airfare, once you get on that plane, you land on Cleveland soil, you are coming in agreement to do this film. Once you sleep in that hotel room for 4 nights, 3 days, you are accepting all the producer's conditions. So yes, we don't have your signature on a piece of paper, but by law, you on a binding contract. Like we have to do a protection for ourselves. And then this Negro family.
So let me show you all what that is. Because just so you all can see, her attorney is very smart, the way he maneuvered that. So here is what that basically is. Contract implied, in fact, is a legally binding agreement that arises from the conduct of the parties involved, indicating a mutual understanding or agreement without the need for explicit verbal or written communication. This type of contract is recognized in law and holds the same enforceability as express contracts, which are clearly articulated through words or writing. Key characteristics of it: mutual agreement. The existence of a contract implied, in fact, requires that both parties have a mutual intent to enter into an agreement, which is demonstrated through their actions rather than explicit statements. So him getting on a plane, getting off that plane, going into the hotel that she booked for him, eating all that food that she purchased for him, stepping on that set, all of the actions that he took in this film implied that he agreed to the terms of it. That's exactly what this is. Well done, TJ. So this is what gets some people caught up when they make an agreement on something like this. Umar is not smart when it comes to matter of law or the court or how courts operate or court rules or civil procedures or any of that. He's not smart. So it's very easy for him to get caught up in something legally because he's not very in tune on legal matters. You also have to have the elements required to establish a contract implied. In fact, the following elements must be present: an offer made by one party. So Maryanne Lorient and her attorney made an offer. Acceptance of that offer by the other party. Consideration, something of value exchanged. You got hotel rooms and flights. You got food. You got meals. She bought him a suitcase. Mutual intent to be bound by the agreement. So this is exactly what this contract implied in law. And it is enforceable as express contracts. No different. And if you guys want a source here, you can go on Cornell University. That is law.cornell.edu. What I'll do is I'll go over here. I'm going to share this tab, and I'm going to put this link in the chat because that's how we do over here in the Lady Luck Club. Pull up information in real time. That's how it should be done. Boom. That way you guys can agree. I'll read and see that, he did uphold the contract when he got his ass on that plane, just like she said. Just like what the attorney said to her. This is what he chose to do. He didn't have to go. So this is what happened here. Contract implied, in fact, consists of obligations arising from a mutual agreement expressed not through words, but implied through actions. So this is what he was bound by. And he can't say he did not get on the plane or check into the hotel or go on the set to do the film. He can't say any of that. He did it. But see, this is how stupid Umar is. So when it came down to it, he was supposed to honor his deal of the contract. People sometimes get caught up in stuff because, he's not very learned. Okay. He's not very, informed on matters involving the law. He just isn't. That's why he sends his, goons out, the Umar Tardians out to go out and cyber stalk and cyber harass and dox people. Because they don't even care that they're breaking the law, but it's not until they get caught up. All of a sudden now, oh, everybody's attacking me. No, you're just an idiot and you don't know anything about the law, and you should not have done this stuff in the first place. So just wanted to give you guys that tidbit of information. Let's get back to it.
Listen to me. Every time I talk about this, my emotion gets stirred up. He's gonna call me a queen, yelling like I'm his child. I'm a mother of three. Queen, what you got this man?
Yeah, he didn't read anything.
I said, Doc, we have given you a contract twice. You have not signed it. I need to have that contract before you get here. I got you. You my people. Y'all get.
And speaking, that's a good question, Raph. Y'all make sure you guys are. If you've given him any money, please file a complaint with the IRS using the tax form 13909. That is the tax form that is used by the IRS to file complaints for contributions that are given to nonprofit organizations specifically. You're saying, hey, I gave this guy, like if Maryanne Lorient wanted to file a complaint, she said, I gave this guy $2,000. She could prove that she gave it to him. She has a copy of what she gave, I think a check or whatnot. And he comes to her talking about next time making $4,000. Oh, okay. See, I got you coming, you asshole. And she could do a complaint. She could put a copy of the check. And I asked him to show me some sort of breakdown of expenses on how this money was used, and he refused to do it. The understanding that based on what I put on my check, this was to go to FDMG school. There is no school. So where did he spend that money? That is part of what you want the IRS to investigate. What did he do with the money when he stated the money was for this school? He has a pyramid scheme on his website, you all. Those packages, those contribution packages from bronze to diamond, those tier packages, that's a pyramid scheme. You get nothing in return. You don't even get the school. You don't get the product or the services in return for the money you're putting in. And those packages are specifically for FDMG school to contribute to the school directly. So when you get those packages, now you can show the IRS, we bought these packages on his website, not the school website, his website, where he says that this money is going specifically to the school. And he can't even show us receipts to show how this money was spent to the school. This is a pyramid scheme and reported as such, because that's exactly what it is. And I'm actually going over a pyramid scheme in that website and those packages in at least 2 videos. So file those complaints, because they're going to get to the point where they're going to get enough complaints where they won't have a choice. The IRS has a cyber investigative unit, and all they do is investigate, especially when you're talking about pyramid schemes and that involves some sort of transfer of funds electronically. That's wire fraud. So whatever charges they need to have forward over to the FBI, they will do it. They work with the FBI. They work with other agencies to ensure that everything that is investigated, whatever charges come up out of that, it goes to the correct agency that will have jurisdiction over it to investigate it. So make sure you guys do those complaints.
That contract, Queen, I don't deal with nobody. I deal with you. And he got really high with me. I said, Doc, calm down. It's all business. There's no need for you to get offensive. Again, I'm like hungry for this movie. I should have checked that Negro right there and then. You understand?
It's already looking
Doc,
good.
we're just trying to get this film together. Okay, when you get here, I'll get the contract. Family, do you know Dr. Umar called me? This was a Saturday night. I'm gonna be in Cleveland in 2 days. So that's Sunday, Monday. He arrived that Tuesday. So, we were like on tiptoe. I said, I got the phone call, green light. Everybody has their job description. Hit these actors, stay on their ass. He'll be here within 2 business days. Do you know Umar arrived to Ohio? I came with production to pick him up. I came with production, and that ruined me. Why'd you bring all these people? I told you I did. I said, Doc, these are people you're gonna be working with. Where's my rental car? I said, nah, it don't work like that. We're gonna be chauffeuring you around. First of all, like, I didn't want to take the liability. This man have.
Shout out to everybody coming in. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Hey, Larry and Saint, Mama, shout out to you all. Hit the like button coming in. As we go through this interview, we're going to be dropping, facts and receipts. I just dropped the
accident
information on the contract implied from Cornell, I think is law.cornell.edu website here. Let me post it up again so you all can see why the attorney for Maryanne Lorient was able to still hold Umar legally accountable for the contract, even though he kept saying to her that he deleted the email. It was an email that the attorney TJ sent over to Umar, and Umar stated at least 2 or 3 times so far, based on the interview, he had deleted it. But that doesn't mean he's not still bound by the terms of the contract itself. And you can read about that in the link that I have here on law.cornell.edu regarding a contract implied in fact. So, and that is enforceable in court. And more than likely, that is exactly what the attorney utilized to get Umar to be held liable for any damages for money owed regarding the film Awakening. So let's get back to it. What's going on that plate, lady? Shout out to all of you all coming in. Thank you all so much. I know Information Man Show is live right now. But I had this scheduled for like 4 days and I wanted to get to this interview. And it just so happened to fall in place where Maryanne Lorient dropped the video last night about getting a settlement. So it's all very befitting. So we're going to get to that video at the end of this.
Here in Ohio, you guys have to understand that falls under Lorient Vision Production. So no, I'm going to have somebody who's under the insurance under that rental car. If God forbid something happened to you, I am covered. I am not liable. So much could go wrong when you are that producer. So much liability falls on me as an individual. When I picked him up from that airport with his dirty little suitcase, and he had those army bags, filthy. This man is Umar Johnson, King Kong of conscience. Filthy bag. I don't know what he needed.
The dirty bag.
Filthy, dirty ass bag, right? So when I picked him up, I said, first thing I told him at bag is, Doc, do you have that contract? Clean up this.
Oh, it's over. Okay.
I'll give it to you later. Relax. Okay.
Shout out to Information Man Show. I had his live going on my phone while I was doing my live here, but just wanted to show him some love and support. You guys, make sure you check out his replay if you haven't. He did a fantastic show. And Lenon came in, Maryanne came in. So shout out to him.
Relax. Okay. And then when we took him to the hotel, he's mad. I wanted to be at the Marriott downtown. I said, I live in the city of Avon. I selected a hotel. We're going to be picking you up at 6 a.m. in the morning. We need flexibility. Now, I want to clarify. It's not me picking them up alone. We had a rental car. We had someone on team. Your job is to pick Umar every evening and to take Umar back to his hotel after production is shutting down. Okay? So when we got to, I want to be at the Marriott Queen. I'm not staying. I said, Doc, this is where you're staying. The room is paid for.
Exactly.
Now, if you choose out of your pocket, you want to do an upgrade, please. You got the chauffeur right here who's going to take you. Okay, you got somebody driving me around. What if I need to get around? I said, Doc, you're going to be getting in your room 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Where are you going to drive around to? You need to sleep to get refreshed for the next day of production. Like it was like pulling teeth with him the minute he got here. And then
Crazy.
when we got to the hotel, I'm like, I am gonna press him. He's checked in. We greeted him. I said, we have a little welcome dinner. We don't, it's not just because of him. We do it for any out of town guest. This is a way to welcome the person, make you
Thank you, Information Man Show. Yeah, shouting me out. I feel so special. It really warms my heart to see the community come together like that, and we encouraging each other. Absolutely. Oh,
feel welcome at the city. And then we production picked the tab of a meal. And we don't bring all the actors, is the guest of honor and production team. That's how we do it. And then he was so mad because I didn't put him at downtown Marriott, and he wanted like a suite. This how Hollywood he got on me. He was so mad. He did not come to the welcome dinner. And at the welcome, I was so embarrassed in the production team because we bought him a high quality T-shirt. That T-shirt was like $20. It was like a Cleveland T-shirt. That was a gift to welcome him. We had him a mug. You know, it was a time for you to sit down, have a lovely meal, and then for us to conversate with you, so you're kind of comfortable with the team before we hit the ground running. He did not come. He did not come to welcome dinner. So I didn't press because his mood was off. So in the morning, when he picked up, we had a spread of breakfast at the studio. The studio was the base of operation. We come, you have breakfast, we pick up wardrobe, we do what we need to do, and then we go to our first location. And then, you know, he was in good humor. He was talking to the team. And then, you know, they all like starstrucking. They're all talking to him. Some will take a picture. And I'm like, let him eat, please. We're going to have to go. We're on the time. So as the producer, I'm like on that time. My job is to make sure this film is filmed within the 3 days. Okay. So I pulled him aside. I said, Doc, before we get on set, did you read me the script? No, Queen, quit pressuring me. I'm right here doing the movie. You still, I'm not the script. I apologize, brothers and sisters.
The contract.
Did you bring me the contract? Queen, quit pressuring me. I'm right here. About to film this movie. You what did he say? You spazzing me over a contract. Spazzing me. I'm like, spazzing. I've never really heard that word. And then when I asked Melissa, I said, what's spazzing? Oh, that means you tripping. That's what that means. That's slang.
Yeah.
So no contract. Within the 3 days, brothers and sisters, I want y'all to listen to me. I asked that man for the contract every day. The day we took Dr. Umar to the airport, I said, Doc, you're leaving. I need that contract. Did we just finish the movie? Yo, Queen, you need to relax. You need to edit this movie. We start making some money. And he gave me this big bear hug, like just trying to shut you down. And then I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like, well, I got everything I need. I got a movie that I'm gonna edit. We finished the film. I can't even believe. And I swear to you guys, I swear, and I'm going to give him his credit. He knew his line better than these actors that show up, and this is their craft. He never, at one time during the 3-day production, did he hold the script. He knew his line, and he wasn't just like verbally saying it the same thing in a different way. He was telling you word for word. That's on. We were all impressed with his ability. But then again, keep in mind, this man does public speaking. You understand what I'm saying? He does public speaking. And then I'm not going to lie to y'all. We pick him at 6 a.m. I am my line. When we show up to get him, it was reported personally to me. He's not in the lobby, in front of the hotel, waiting. Okay. And then when we're shutting down, and then the first day, that was like the little inside joke. We're like, okay, we're just going to whip him. That man had the same energy. He showed up at 6 a.m. The first day we broke after we're done with him, it was 3 a.m. in the morning. We shut down. Everybody's exhausted. He had the same energy.
So how did Umar Johnson have so much energy with such a rigorous filming schedule and very little sleep?
He eating uppers and mushrooms or something. Pills. I hear pill bottles. Ew. That's so gross. Hey, Informant Media. Thank you, Kandia.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism.
Gracious, so hey, y'all hit there.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, he's snorting like he's just it's so gross. What's going on, Cher? Shout out to my boss, Miss M. Umar's such a fraud. It's despicable how he treated Miss Maryanne during that filming process. It is. It's sickening, man. Freaking out here, out here over the LDS church student. Oh wow. The information. I'm sorry about that. That's sad. The Information Man Show's link is there. You guys, thank you so much, Kandia, for posting the link. Francisca, now I know why. What's going on, Francisca? She was so pissed off in the interview of Umar's evil. Yes, absolutely. The Informant Media, shout out to you. Can we get Informant Media's YouTube channel dropped in the link below? Thank you for tuning in. Rivka, what's going on? How they're beautiful and the amazing moderators, everyone in the live chat. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, let's hear him sniff and shake around bottles and stuff. He's so gross.
Brothers and sisters, it's your big brother King Kong, live and direct, Cleveland, Ohio. Day 2 of filming the new movie, which is going to be focused on Black love. We filmed all day yesterday. We filmed all day yesterday. We filmed all day yesterday. I thought a 3-hour lecture and 3 hours of book signing was something. I thought a 3-hour lecture and a 3-hour book signing was something. I thought a 3-hour lecture and a 3-hour book signing was something. I'm just taking my daily vitamins. I'm just taking my daily vitamins. Gotta make sure the body right.
Yeah, cocaine, PCP, marijuana.
For another day of filming. Gotta make sure the body right.
Allegedly, that's what I heard.
For another day of filming. Stop feeling like you're cursed when you're met with obstacles.
What? But he didn't take a shower. Yeah, he drinking his high fructose juice here.
I got to get my body ready. I'm the star of the movie, brothers and sisters. Who coming out?
That he didn't have to be in, by the way, brothers and sisters. He wanted to be in it. He didn't have to be in it.
Out to see the Dr. Umar movie.
Oh my God.
Who coming out to see the Dr. Umar love movie?
What?
We had a love scene in there. We filmed a love scene yesterday, brothers and sisters.
He degraded the movie down to a love scene.
We didn't do too much. It was a little uncomfortable. Me and the queen got through it. We filmed the love scene. I never thought I would be that nervous in the face of 5'5", thick in the thighs, curvaceous, natural hair.
Of all the things people to say, he reduces the film down to a love scene and a 5'5", thick in the thighs. This is why, Umar, you're such an embarrassment to humanity. The only thing you can sit here and talk about is anything along the lines of some sexual innuendo. He's a deviant. He is depraved.
Chocolate goddess. I never thought I'd be that nervous.
Ew.
When them cameras came on and I had to do my fake love making. When the cameras came on and I had to do my fake love making. When the cameras came on and I had to do my love making.
That's all that matters to him, exactly. Some love making.
But the point that I'm making.
He ain't making no point.
The point that I'm making.
What an idiot.
These are not pills. These are herbs. Herbs, not pills.
Pills.
I'm taking herbs, family. Herbs.
Show the bottle. Nasty.
Herbs.
Show the bottle. He ain't showed not one bottle. If it's literally a bottle of vitamins, that's over the counter. It won't have your personal information on it or any of that. That's like getting a bottle of Flintstone vitamins. Why would I not show? Hey, y'all got Flintstone vitamins. That's what this is. You can buy this over the counter. Show the bottle. Prove it. We don't even see the pill. Lying.
I'm shooting a film, family. King Kong Consciousness is starring in his first film ever. We're shooting in Cleveland.
Go brush your teeth.
All day yesterday, all day today, all day tomorrow. Mike got to do. It's been fun, but it's a lot of work. It's been fun, and it's been a lot of work. And today, I'm going to meet my side woman, the woman on the side. I can't give you the whole story, Africans. I can't give you the whole story, Africans. I can't give you the whole story, Africans. But you know, alpha male, you meet another queen. You feel me? So today I meet the other queen. Okay.
That's all he cares about. It's the women he's meeting in this. And Umar, you could have showed the bottle of the vitamins if it's vitamins. Why you didn't show the bottle? Show the bottle, you clown. He didn't even pull up to put the vitamin to the camera. Yeah, because I would know the difference. Some of us actually majored in biology and pre-med and medicine. We would know what we're looking at. Show the bottle.
Today I meet the other queen. Okay. So you know I told you the two queens can't be the same complexion. Right? The wife. The wife
Oh my
is
God.
a chocolate goddess. And the side piece, she's a butterscotch queen.
Show the pill. Show the bottle.
Anyway.
What was that?
Anyway, brothers and sisters.
He didn't even show it for long. Hold on. What does that say, y'all? Daily something. What does that say? He didn't even want to show it in the camera.
Wait, brothers.
What does that say? Daily what? Can y'all make that out? Multivitamins. What's the word at the top? It's like a tight. Is that some sort of an off-brand? Anyone can make that out at the top. What does that say? So he's taking these pills. The film focus on black love, which means black love is about a married man and his side piece. Exactly. All I see is on this bottle here, daily multivitamins. And some generic orange label in top. Maybe from Target. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that in Walmart. But he didn't hold it up for long. He's so full of it. He's full of crap.
You're going to have to leave.
Let's not pretend like people don't just put, like poppers and other types of pills in bottles like that. Like they just can't switch out the bottles. Let's not pretend like that doesn't happen. Because it happens all the time, Umar. You could be taking a pill of ecstasy, who knows? And you just have it in a bottle that says something daily multivitamins on it. Where you held it up for 3 seconds. It's over the counter. What are you scared of? He's a clown.
You're going to have to leave. A lot of spiritual. There will be a snow bunny. I can't give you the whole story. There will be a snow bunny. I can't give you the whole story.
Exactly.
There will be a snow bunny, but I can't give you the whole story.
Amazon.
But what I'm saying, stay focused, Germaniacs. Stay focused, Germaniacs. Stay focused, Germaniacs.
It's poison either way.
We get back on topic.
Ew.
Make sure the producer hasn't texted me. Hold on.
Ow, God, this is gross. You're gross, bro. You are gross, Umar. I used AI. It's from Amazon Roman Daily Multivitamin. Okay. Thank you, Dr. CB. It said Roman Daily Multivitamin. But I mean, we all know he could put pills inside of a different bottle. Why is he snorting like that? Multivitamins don't have you doing all of that. He admitted to the snow bunny. He's so disgusting. Snorting like a wildebeest. A wildebeest.
So,
wildebeest.
Brothers and sisters of what Maryanne, what's good?
Doc, 10:30 a.m. We're filming the shopping scene.
What time do I need to be ready for pickup?
I'm picking up 9 o'clock.
9:30. I see you at 9:30.
Yeah, because I'm heading to the.
Now that first scene, what am I wearing? Is that a suit?
He just cut her off.
Button up.
That's not your scene.
Okay, that's not my scene. I got you. 9:30.
The scene you're doing, bring some short and a shirt. I'm gonna recreate like a Rocky scene where you're running, you're inspired, and you stop. You make.
All right, we're gonna talk about that. All right, 9:30.
9:30.
Bye.
Look how he cut. Wait a minute. Why he rushing her off the phone, cutting her off? Do y'all see how despicable this clown is? Umar, you are a piece of shit, and I want you to know that. And I say that with everything I have within me. You are a piece of shit. What a leech upon humanity you are. He disrespected Maryanne Lorient so bad. I feels like he needs to give her another settlement check. I want a settlement check for having to sit here and hear him snort like a pig. You wildebeest. Why is he rushing her off the phone? She's trying to give him instructions. And he put her on live. Did she know she was live when he was live streaming, answering her call? Did she even know she was live? So people hear and see how you're handling her like this. Like that makes you somebody, like you're some important figure. You wildebeest. Look how he's handling her.
Because I'm live right now.
Okay, bye.
You didn't have to answer the phone, you
Okay.
clown.
A little mini production meeting. A little mini production meeting.
Yeah, look how he tries to make himself seem so important. You didn't have to be in the film at all. She said, why are you rushing me? Because I'm live right now. Who told you to answer the phone while you live, you idiot?
No.
That's not your scene.
Okay, that's not my scene. I got you. 9:30.
The scene you're doing, bring some short and a shirt. I'm gonna recreate like a Rocky scene where you're running, you're inspired, and you stop. You make.
All right, we're gonna talk about that. All right, 9:30.
9:30.
Bye.
Why you rushing me?
Because I'm live right now.
Okay, bye.
He didn't have to answer the phone.
Okay.
What a clown.
A little mini production meeting.
Wildebeest.
A little mini production meeting. A little mini production meeting. So anyway, brothers and sisters, where was I?
Exactly.
I had an ADHD moment.
What's that?
I had an ADHD moment.
That's why we know you're taking more
I
than
had an
just vitamins.
ADHD moment.
That man had the same energy. He showed up at 6 a.m. The first day we broke after we're done with him, it was 3 a.m. in the morning. We shut down. Everybody's exhausted. He had the same energy.
Child. Y'all, this is the last part here. I think part 6.
Brothers and sisters, I can't wait to start filming today. I get married. I can't give y'all the story. Let me be quiet. Let me be quiet. But I can't wait to see my
He's
movie
like a
wife
child.
in that beautiful African dress. 5'5" extra.
The film was supposed to be more about, his so-called influence in a community of some sort. Not about him being around women and having a side piece or getting married. Or him doing love scenes. It's like he defiled the film just by talking about it in this nature, to where he's reducing it down to just some love scenes and a female 5'5" thick in the thighs. That's it. And he couldn't even give her a shout out about her other films. Not one time did he handle this professionally at all. The hard time he gave her, man, oh my God.
Thick in the thighs. Brothers and
He's so
sisters.
disgusting.
It is consciousness over the cookies. It is politics over the bunai. It is revolution over romance. And it is business before the bedroom.
We're coming to a closing. And I want all y'all to fasten your seatbelt. We're done with filming. He's keeping touch. Like, how's the editing coming? So the product, I said, Doc, once editing is done, everybody could breathe, because now the film is done. It's like giving birth, and we are ready to release it to the world. Okay? So I informed them immediately. I said, it's done. I spoke to Sarah at Regal Cinema. She's setting up a viewing. I told her to please hold off. When can you come and clean? And production isn't willing to pay to get you here so we could see the finished product. He's like, why are you showing the film? I didn't even get the film to approve it. And I said, Doc, that's a courtesy they give to you. If you pay the minimum is 5 theater, whether you have 5 theater, 8 theater, 100 theater, but they give production, the producer, a chance to sit in the theater to see the finished product. We see the coloring, we see the sound. If there's something that doesn't sit well, we can go back to editing, correct the problem, and then resubmit it back to the theater. I said, but the theater.
He probably had that scene removed, Dr. CB. That's a good point, because he didn't want to do that. He changed up a lot of the film itself. He changed a lot of the scenes. He changed the location of the filming with the house. I mean, he forced her to make all these changes like this and probably pushed her well over budget. And all because he wanted what he wanted. He didn't care about the film overall. He didn't care about anybody else on set. He didn't care about anything. So it's crazy. It's crazy how he thinks that, it came down to him and some female. He didn't care about anything else.
So they're like, once you do that initial viewing, we don't let you come back. If you want to do a viewing, it's like $2,000 just to sit in that theater to rewatch a movie. So usually that viewing, we already know what we see, and usually there's no correction because before we really look at it, we will look at the film 4 or 5 times before we hand it in a finished format for the theater. And it's not no little DVD you throw in or little thing. It's put on a cartridge where it could go in any theater and be compatible to show on the screen. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think they popping a DVD up there or they popping a little cartridge like you do. It's in a totally different format. That theater, what they put the film in. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So I said, I'm willing to pay for you. Nah, you send me the finished product. I said, first of all, that's not possible. It's on that film, but it's not like no DVD. And he couldn't understand the concept. I don't know if he think I was playing game with him. I said, Doc, I'm giving you an option to see it. No. You give me the finished product and then we move forward. Nigga, I'm the producer. You're not dictating to me what I'm going to do or hand you the finished product. That was never part of the agreement. Are you following me?
Yep.
So he's like, oh no. And then this is where the communication started breaking down with him. And I gave him an option. I think I send you my text back and forth. This was the last time. Now, if you want to pull the text and read the text to them,
I'll pull
and this is where the breakdown, and then all communication went south.
Okay. Yeah. Let me read this. And I know you said you only had 2 hours. We're already at 2 hours. Are you okay on time?
Yeah, but 10:14. No, but go ahead. I'm going to finish this interview with you.
So let me do this real quick. So this is from February 8th, 2023.
Oh wow!
You are not. Umar states you are not allowed to show that film without my approval. I have not seen it, and I do not give you permission to screen it.
What?
And then you stated a private screening is just the executive.
Pause. This idiot. Hold on. This is a text that he sent to Maryanne, February 8th to 23. You are not allowed to show that film with my approval. I have not seen it, and I do not give you permission to screen it. A private screening is just the executive producer to see the image on the screen and to hear the sound. Complete disrespect in all caps. How am I being disrespectful? Why are you so angry? Can you come to Cleveland and see it? And text when you capitalize everything that's shouting. She's saying when you're capitalizing everything, you're shouting. You were pleased with the project. Now all of a sudden you're turned against the project. I am baffled by all of this. I didn't say you couldn't see it. I asked you your location in Maryland and you ignored me after I offered to FaceTime to show you the movie. Umar's a piece of shit.
Producer to see the image on the screen and to hear the sound. And then he says complete disrespect, all in all caps. You reply, how am I being disrespectful? Why are you so angry? Can you come to Cleveland and see it? And text when you capitalize everything that's shouting. And then you stated you were pleased with the project. Now all of a sudden you've turned against the project. I am baffled by all of this. I didn't say you couldn't see it. I asked you your location in Maryland and you ignored me. I offered to FaceTime.
And let me cut you.
The
location. Let me cut you real quick. The location Maryland, because he was doing a lecture. The reason I asked him, I told Sarah, instead of doing the screening here in Cleveland, can I have my screening done in Maryland? So I tried my best to accommodate him. Please continue.
Yep. Let's go to the next one. This is again from February 8, 2023. Everything needs to be, okay, so yes, you were pleased with the project. Now all of a sudden you're turned against the project. I am baffled by all of this. I didn't say you couldn't see it. I asked you your location in Maryland and you ignored me. I offered the FaceTime to show you the movie and you declined. You're not meeting me halfway. The file cannot be sent email. It doesn't have the capacity to be sent that way. It is too large. And I keep calling you and you're not even picking up the phone. And then Umar responds with everything needs to be in writing. I prefer text message.
Yeah, that's when he shut down. He no longer was calling me or accepting my phone call. What? He just wanted to communicate, email and text. Communication was completely verbal. Communication was shut down at the time. Please continue.
This is crazy.
Yep, and this is February 8, 2023. I'm not speaking to you on the phone until I receive a link to watch the movie in its entirety. And then you replied, I did email you a contract. You already have that in writing before filming. And if you want, you could FaceTime and see the whole movie. I've given you 2 options to watch it, and you refuse to take either one of them. A contract you already have. Umar responds with everything I am baffled by all of this. I didn't say you couldn't see it. I asked you your location in Maryland, and you ignored me. I offered the FaceTime to show you the movie, and you declined. You're not meeting me halfway. The file cannot be sent email. It doesn't have the capacity to be sent that way. It is too large. And I keep calling you, and you're not even picking up the phone. And then Umar responds with, everything needs to be in writing. I prefer text message.
Yeah, that's what.
Nope. That's where he got caught up, because he's an ignorant buffoon. Everything does not need to be in writing. And if you guys make sure I'm going to show the link at the end as well regarding the contract implied. In fact, no, his actions show that he agreed to the contract terms. This is what happens when you don't read, Umar. This is what happens when you're a buffoon. You ape shit. Unbelievable.
He shut down. He no longer was calling me or accepting my phone call. He just,
I prefer text messages and email. I'm not speaking to you on the phone until I receive a link to watch the movie in its entirety. She just said she can't send the link to the film. It is too large. Well, what is he not understanding? You tell him something and he just acts like you didn't say it at all. Just like how he treated her on the phone when he kept cutting her off.
When to communicate,
He's
email
an
and
idiot.
text. Communication was completely, verbal communication was shut down at the time. Please continue.
Yep, and this is February 8, 2023. I'm not speaking to you on the phone until I receive a link to watch the movie in its entirety. And then you replied, I did email you a contract. You already have that in writing before filming. And if you want, you could FaceTime and see the whole movie. I've given you 2 options to watch it, and you refuse to take either one of them. And then Umar said, I never signed any contract.
Yeah, because he didn't. He didn't.
Yep.
You see how conniving he is? You see how conniving he is?
Yep. If you want to play games, I'm more than ready.
He's not smart enough to play. Umar, you're not smart enough to play. Because the fact that you don't understand contract implied, in fact, it shows proof that you're not smart enough to play anything. He did not sign the contract because he wanted to be manipulating. He wanted to be manipulative. He wanted to bogart his way through all this stuff. And then in the end, be able to say, I didn't sign anything, so I'm not bound by anything, when that's not how it works. Because he doesn't know the law. He's such a clown. So he sits here and says, oh, I didn't sign anything. So yeah, we can play this game. Oh, okay. Yeah, you came across an attorney who went to law school and knows more than you do, Umar. You're not a very smart person, Umar Johnson. You're not smart. Hence why he ended up having to pay her a settlement either way. But this is absurd. So he did all of that. And then he was trying to not sign it to delay the film being produced and made. So it's like you're holding the production at hostage. You're holding the film hostage. Oh, now she's not able to, show the film at all because you didn't sign something. That's not how this works, Umar. It's not how any of that works. And because you're too stupid to understand this, you played yourself, Umar. I wish he would have gotten a 6-figure check out of his ass. That's what I wish. He's a clown.
Responded, okay, we both agreed to do this film. I sent you a contract. I sent you the script. You came to town. We made the film. I spent $5,000 to make this film, and I'm going to make that $5,000 back. Now I'm trying to cooperate with you. I don't know what happened if someone is in your ear, but I'm sensing a lot of aggression, and the queen doesn't like to be threatened. Umar stated again, I never signed any contract. Oh, I read that one already.
You read that one.
You sent him the trail. Okay, and then this is February 8th. February 9th of 2023. Umar stated.
This is the next day he responded.
Hold on. Let me go back.
We made the film. I spent $5,000 to make this.
We both agreed to do this film. I sent you a contract. I sent you the script. You came to town. We made the film. I spent $5,000 to make this film, and I'm going to make that $5,000 back. Now I'm trying to cooperate with you. I don't know what happened if someone is in your ear, but I'm sensing a lot of aggression, and the queen doesn't like to be threatened. Yeah, don't come for the queen. Don't come for the queen, boy. Umar, don't come for the queen, boy. You're a little boy in a big body. You wildebeest. Don't come for the queen.
Film, and I'm going to make that $5,000 back. Now
This
I'm
is
trying to
crazy,
cooperate with
boy.
you. I don't know what
can't
happened
make this
if someone
up.
is in your ear, but I'm sensing a lot of aggression, and the queen doesn't like to be threatened. Umar stated again, I never signed any contract. Oh, I read that one already.
You read that one.
You sent him the trail. Okay, and then this is February 8th. excuse me, February 9th of 2023, Umar stated
This
in
is
all
the
caps,
next day he responded to what you
in
just
all
did.
caps. Yep. You do not have my approval to proceed with this film. I have not been given a link to see the movie in its entirety for my approval. I do not give you permission to include my likeness in any shape, any way, shape, form, or fashion in your movie. You do not have permission to use my likeness in any video, trailer, movie, except of any excerpt or of any movie, parts of interviews, or any portion of the brand that is Dr. Umar Johnson or Prince of Pan-Africanism. You do not have permission to release any clips or trailers that depict the image of Dr. Umar or his related brands. You already posted. I'm sorry. You already posted a trailer without my permission. You are a deceitful, disrespectful, and unprofessional liar. I will see you in court.
Oh,
And then
wow.
I was shocked. I'm like, see me in court.
Wow.
And immediately, within 3 days, unprofessionally, his lawyer reached out to me. And now, no dummy, you can't. I got college. I said, sir, first of all, I can't verify who you are. You're calling me in my place of business. I said, you're an attorney? I'll be more than glad to submit my attorney's information. And I said, Umar has my email. Umar has my attorney email. I said, please follow protocol. And I hung up on him. He emailed me. This is Umar Johnson, attorney.
Umar's attorney, Jabari A. Shaw, associate in the Voorhees Cincinnati. He's an associate. Jabari, you sitting here doing some clown stuff. You know you should have contacted her attorney. She had an attorney the whole time. The attorney was the one that drafted the contract. She had an attorney the entire time. And you reach out to her as if she's pro se. You should have your bar license challenged, Jabari A. Shaw. You know that's a dick move, and it's also against protocol. He should have contacted her attorney. Her attorney drafted the contract. She had an attorney on file on retainer. Why would he try to contact her? What an idiot.
He emailed me on letterhead.
Lenon is laughing at it.
And then he didn't email TJ. He mailed hard copy. And then, he's doing it. He's like, yo, this is a legit law firm. He's a legit attorney. They're going to sue you. And he's like, I told you to get a signed contract. I don't want to be part of this. Maryanne, you don't listen. So he's upset.
Thank you, Andrea.
Did you not cover me? I covered you, but Maryanne, I kept telling you. I said, T, he didn't want to give me the contract. No, you were just too rapid trying to get your move. So him and I, there's conflict within my party. You understand what I'm saying? I said, and now he offered to have a sit down with her. I said, well, T, let's sit down. I'm like, this is a conscious leader. I'm a conscious sister. I said, T, I am Team Umar. The connection I have with this because I contributed to FDMG. I said, when he came to Cleveland 3 times. I've used my resource. I've welcomed him. This is like prior to filming. I said, we showed him a tour of the studio.
Shout out to you, Andrea. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super. It goes towards the $25 goal. And every live stream we have for the expenses of the channel. LLC and everyone else. Post-nasal dripping is signed. Hold on, let me put your because that's what I'm reading. LLC, hi LLC and everyone else. Post-nasal dripping is signs of cocaine use. That snorting sounds suspicious ×3. Let's meet the goal for LLC today, please. Thank you so much, Andres. Just $25 goal. I appreciate all of you all for the support. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Let's keep this video up in the algorithm. Let's get back to it. Shout out to you, Andrea, for the $49 super. $4.99 super. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Shout out to all of my moms. Betty, yes, she did. She got a $68,800 settlement. We're going to go over that video again because I did one last night, but we're going to go over it again after the interview here. And a couple of her videos that she did where she kind of gave, her story and synopsis of working with Umar on that film. He is so devious. He is. Just disgusting and deplorable. It really is suspicious. Yeah. Crazy. It came from donate. It had to. Because it could come from his personal funds. He doesn't have any personal funds. He just opened a bank account allegedly. And that's if we're going based on what Umar has said. His personal account was frozen. He didn't have any money, any access to funds. The FDMG account was frozen. And then turn around and say, yeah, we got new accounts. Okay, so which account is yours and which account is for FDMG? Shout out to you, Skeeter. How you doing, honey? Hope you and Marco okay. We're still praying for you and your son as always. Thank you all so much for tuning in. All right, let's get back to it. Umar is just a lying piece of crap.
Umar was using my studio address to mail stuff. without asking with some
What?
professionally to have me responsible for book because I was doing that the documentary thing. He had me carry book to bring book when I'm coming to do my little observation. He's very abusive. I went with it because I was so hungry to get this. So I'm not gonna sit here trying to pretend like I'm all innocent. I wanted it as bad as he wanted it, but he is conniving as. So I said, T, what do we do? He's like, we're gonna sit down with this lawyer. Y'all, family, I need y'all to listen to me. See, my blood pressure is getting up again. So this man, we had like a FaceTime. My attorney got my little team this thing. First of all, you're a conscious king. You got a black man calling me with a sea of 3 other white faces. Like, I'm like, okay, this is team, but everybody on my side are black faces. So here was the and I want you all to listen. Every time I talk about this, I lose my composure. He threatened to take me to court for $500,000. I want y'all to listen carefully. He threatened to take me.
Yeah, I heard that, right? $500,000. Now, let me help you all out right quick in what that is. I'm just going to skip over here and we'll skip back. This is why I have in the title of the video a SLAPP suit. A SLAPP suit is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. It's a legal action intended to censor, intimidate, and silence critics by burdening them with the cost of legal defense. These lawsuits are often filed against individuals or organizations that voice opinions publicly, aiming to suppress advocacy efforts by forcing critics to spend time and money on litigation. SLAPP suits typically lack legitimate legal claims and are used to dissuade critics from continuing their opposition. He filed his $500,000 SLAPP suit just to intimidate her and to control her. It is used as a form of intimidation. That's all this was. And I'm going to pull up a website so we can get a link on that so you guys can understand, the legal ramifications of a SLAPP suit. What it does also is pisses off the court, because a judge in a court of law, they would know if you're filing a SLAPP suit. They're going to know, okay, you're asking for an unbelievable amount of money, $500,000, and for what again? What's your statement of claim? So you bring about the SLAPP suit because you don't like the fact that she's not doing what you want her to do. $500,000 is absolutely insane. It's like more than 5 times the amount that it would have cost to make the film. It was $86,000, to which he was going to get 60% of the sale. She was getting 40% of the sale, with maintaining her intellectual rights to the film. But he wanted to take her to court for $500,000, more than 5 times the amount it would have cost to make the movie. They're really done to intimidate and to be threatening, knowing that more than likely he wasn't going to follow through on it. He damn sure wasn't going to win it. And he probably wouldn't be able to articulate a statement of claim to justify the lawsuit in the first place. And hopefully the judge would have been, firm enough to sanction his attorney. I would have, if I were Maryanne Lorient's attorney, TJ, I would have definitely filed a motion to have his attorney sanctioned for filing the SLAPP suit in the first place. Because it's not hard to prove that it was a SLAPP suit. I would have asked the court to sanction this Jabari Shaw person for even filing such a frivolous lawsuit in bad faith, knowing he has no statement of claim and no legal legitimate merit to the case. You're doing this to intimidate her, and for no other reason. When his attorney didn't even think about the fact that he basically agreed to a contract implied in fact. He forgot about that concept. This Jabari Shaw does not seem to be knowledgeable of the law either. He needs to have his bar license challenged. So you guys can read about the SLAPP suit. I mean, it's he doesn't have the money to do that. How did he afford an attorney? The only option I can think of is this Jabari Shaw person took on that case for free. thinking that he was going to get something out of it, and then would have been able to cover his attorney's fees from that point. That's a slap suit. Yeah, she's so mad. I know, girl. Can you all hear me? Y'all can't hear? No sound. Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me now? Let me know if you can hear. Sorry about that. I see the comments flowing. Let me know if you can hear. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear. Okay, cool. All right, let's get back up and going again. So, did you guys get the information about the slap suit? Just let me know that, and I can go over that again if you all need me to. Okay, cool. Did you guys hear the information on the slap suit? Do you all need for me to kind of go over that website, that tab again? Because I want everybody to know exactly what he did. That was a slap suit he filed. Sorry about that. Thank you all for tuning back in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. My apologies for the sound. I didn't know it went out. Let me know if you guys need me to go back over the slap suit. I can if I need to. So we were at the portion. Let me go back a little bit where she starts to talk about where he wanted to take her to court. Okay.
Threatened to take me to court for $500,000. Now, when he come to Cleveland, he came to Cleveland 3 times. I've used my resource.
And you all hear the video?
This is like prior to filming. I said we showed him a tour of the studio. Umar was using my studio address to mail stuff without asking. It was unprofessionally.
Hold on.
Now, when they put that on the table, the negotiation time, they want us to give a number. What number can you guys get from that $500,000?
I'm not sure what's going on with the sound still in the video. Let me disconnect it and reconnect it again. Okay, hold on a second. Let me reconnect that one. That's unusual. It's just stop playing sound. Okay.
I said we showed him a tour of the studio. Umar was using my studio address to mail stuff.
Can y'all hear the video?
It's unprofessionally to have me responsible for book because I was doing that the documentary thing. He had me carry book to bring book when I'm coming to do my little observation.
Let me know if you all can hear the video. It's playing.
I went with it because I was so hungry to get this. So I'm not gonna sit here trying to pretend like I'm all innocent. I wanted it as bad as he wanted it, but he is conniving.
Okay.
So I said, T, what do we do? He's like, we're gonna sit down with this lawyer. Y'all, family, I need y'all to listen to me. See, my blood pressure is getting up again. So this man,
good.
We had like a FaceTime my attorney, got my little team, this thing. First of all, you're a conscious king. You got a black man calling me with a sea of 3 other white faces. Like, I'm like, okay, this is team, but everybody on my side of black faces.
That's his
So
attorney.
here was and I want you all to listen. Every time I talk about this, I lose my composure. He threatened to take me to court for $500,000. I want y'all to listen carefully. He threatened to take me to court for $500,000. Now, when they put that on the table, the negotiation time,
so y'all heard her say he threatened to take her to court for $500,000. I don't know if you guys heard me say that that's more than 5 times the amount that it took for her to make the actual film. The total production cost she gave in the beginning was $86,000. He was to get 60% of the sales. She got 40% of the sales, plus maintaining the intellectual rights to the film itself. Okay. So I pulled up some information on a SLAPP suit. That is exactly what a SLAPP suit is. It's a strategic lawsuit against public participation. It's basically a method to where someone files a lawsuit where they're trying to intimidate or threaten someone or target someone to keep them from speaking out or just to get them to do whatever it is they want them to do. And the amount is so beyond ideal or realistic that it's unjustifiable. And oftentimes those lawsuits don't have a valid statement of claim. There's no legal merit to the case. And then I put in the ACLU-IL.org that gives information on the lawsuit itself. I'm scared to switch tabs because I don't want to lose the sound or anything like that. But that's pretty much what it comes down to. He was going to take her to court for $500,000 just to intimidate her. They didn't have a valid claim. That is why his attorney called her, Jabari Shaw, called Maryanne as opposed to calling Maryanne's attorney, TJ. Because they just wanted to swindle whatever money they could get out of Maryanne Lorient. They knew they didn't really have a valid claim. They just wanted to swindle whatever money they could get out of her. That is more of a characteristic of a SLAPP suit. It's whatever you got to pay me, just pay me for it. It's almost like strong arming. But you're trying to weaponize the court to do it. So a lot of times with those SLAPP suits, it's like, one, they are filed in bad faith, so they're frivolous. They're frivolous lawsuits filed in bad faith, and they're defamatory because you're basically lying like hell. You don't have any legal merit. And you're trying to attack that person's character and integrity. That's all Umar does. He lies like hell. All he was going to do is go to court if it made it to that phase. Because her attorney would have naturally filed a motion to dismiss the stupid case. But if it made it to a court hearing, all he would have done was went into court and basically lied on her and slandered her and then lied about not having a contract, which he had a contract implied in fact. And of course, his attorney is not going to bring that up. But the judges know better. So I'm going to make sure I put this link in here again. Like I said, I don't want to switch screens if it means, losing the sound or anything like that. Because that's what I did. So you guys can read on SLAPP suits. But that's why I have that title in here. Because that $500,000 is all it is a SLAPP lawsuit. A SLAPP lawsuit. That's it. And he's not one where he's in a position to file a SLAPP lawsuit because Umar is broke as hell. He doesn't have any money. He has videos of him begging for money for his personal use all over social media. And he lies about collecting money for a school that he will never open. The last thing he should want to do is take someone to court under a SLAPP lawsuit, a frivolous petition filed to the court, when there are plenty of videos to show that he is nothing more than a walking pyramid scheme upon himself. He did that to try to intimidate her. And it didn't work because she had an attorney on her side the whole time that drafted the contract that he failed to sign. But yet all his actions implied that he was following and adhering to the actual terms and agreement in that contract. That's where he effed up. Besides that and just being stupid and his attorney being ignorant and his attorney really should having his bar license challenged. Whoever Jabari Shaw is should not have a bar license. If he was willing to take that crap to court, he would have been reprimanded by that judge and probably sanctioned. Hopefully the judge would have sanctioned him. I still would have the judge sanctioned, okay? Because he pulled the ultimate no-no. He called Maryanne instead of the attorney. He just did a whole lot of dumb crap he knows not to do.
They want us to give a number. What number can you guys get from that $500,000? I will take it to my client. He would take that to Umar, and if Umar approved, or if he doesn't approve, Umar would give us a number. And then if we still are not cooperating to negotiate, they threaten to take to court. Honey, listen here. You hear me? So we're like, listen, please file the proper paperwork. And I hat off to you. File the proper paperwork with the Greater Cleveland Court. We will see you in court. We're not negotiating anything. Now, you know, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be transparent. So the ghetto came out of me. I said, tell that chatty patty, bitch ass cunt that he's not getting a penny from me. And then he's like, Miss Lorient, gonna have that kind of language. We're ending. I said, we've been ending it. There's no negotiation. This is how Umar roll. So listen, I spent money for attorney. I had to give him another. That was the retainer fee. I had to give him more money because now we're preparing. These people are going to hit with paperwork to court. We're going to court. He's Umar Johnson. He has the fund to sue me. Okay. So when we called out his bluff, we never heard from his lawyer. Never heard from him. He is a financial rapist in the Black community. Yes, what he does, the time that he was connecting with me, he is intelligent. He was gathering data. He was studying his subject. He gave me two options. The first option is you won't spend your money. You're going to make this a finished product. And then I'm going to take it from you. I don't share the pie. I'm eating it all alone. See, he ran up on me. I am not no dummy. I said, no, there was a contract. We had an understanding. You're not going to bully me. I'm not giving you the finished product. Okay. I said, and you threatened to sue $500,000. You wanted us to negotiate something with you. And I want y'all to understand, I am not rich. I work hard for everything I have. Lorient Vision Production. If we would have caved in, if we didn't have that shield of protection, he could have sued me. He would have wiped Lorient Vision Production. And then I'm a single mother. 3 little human beings depend on me. Now, my personal finance would have been tapped. You see how trifling how he is? But you know what? I'm going to keep it clear, transparent. The reason I accept to do this, to come on your podcast, I don't know you.
Umar, you are an ape shit. A plague amongst humanity. You are a wildebeest that does not belong on this planet. The audacity of you to file a SLAPP suit, a SLAPP lawsuit, and then to try to swindle Maryanne using an attorney who may not have even been your attorney on record to try to get whatever money you could get out of her for what now? Because you failed to sign a contract in writing and thought that somehow it still did not apply because you still don't know the law. You are a disgusting ball of shit, Umar.
I really don't care. You're not paying for this, but I know he's a looky Luke.
Crazy.
He lurks on your page. So I'm giving him a direct message. The same way he gave me 2 options. Umar Johnson, you conscious bitch. I'm giving you 2 options. Here's your option. For 2023, my time frame with you is 7 years. The perfect number, my number, that's God's number. 7 years. Your first option. And I'm still keeping hope alive. If FDMG open, I will show up at the grand opening with receipt in hand because I purchased, I got a cashier check. I'm so emotional. Let me calm down to get my thoughts. Okay. I got a cashier check. I contributed towards your vision. I believe in the concept of the village. I was part of the team that made the dream work. You understand? So I'm going to show up receipts. If he would lie that day, him and I, we both going to be at 6 o'clock. Because you know what? There's consequences to your action. I'm coming ready for him. And the second option he had, the same way, I didn't go to my first bank institute. I have 2 primary, not the first. I didn't go to Wells Fargo. Okay, I went to Huntington Bank the same way. Willingly, you didn't put a gun in my hand. Yes, willingly, I gave you that contribute for FDMG. Your option is you're gonna give me my money back. You're gonna go to your finance institute and give me my money back. And I'm giving you the choice to give it back. Just like I send you, you're going to send it. I don't care about no other donor. But if there's no school, you're going to defecate or you're going to vomit me my money back. Okay?
That's right.
Now, here we're done. You don't give it back.
Y'all, she's so mad. And it's justified. She said, you're either going to defecate or vomit my $2,000 back. I don't care how you do it, but you're going to give me my money back. Now, can y'all imagine if all the donors start making the same demand? Can you imagine if every donor, if every contributor that chooses not to be a Umar Tardian, part of his cult, starts to demand their money back? Large or small, don't matter. Can you imagine the impact that would have if more people start demanding their money back? Oh, yes. Get your money back. I don't blame her. You're going to give me my money back. You didn't open the school. You didn't do what you said you were going to do with the money under this 501c3, under this LLC. Give me my fucking money back. Or we could just report your ass to the IRS and we're going to fill out these tax forms 13909 to do it. So either you give us our money back or the IRS is going to make sure that somehow you're giving us our money back. I will still do the IRS complaint either way. But you guys know you can get your money back. She is mad. I don't blame her. I don't blame her.
Take it. Now, we all know the story. Tyson got his stuff. Are there consequences? Yes, there are. I'm guaranteeing you, Pan-African king, I'm going to get my donation back to you. Umar is a financial rapist within the Black community. It's not against the law for him to collect donation because we're giving it voluntarily. And they always tell you, please do your diligence, do your homework before you give your hard-earned money to make sure this person is not out here to swindle you. He swindled me. I outsmart him. He didn't get the money. And the reason I want to come out publicly, how many single women is he swindling? He may swindle you for 500. We all are in different financial brackets. This nigga did his homework on me. He studied me. He's like, all right, we're going to put $5,000 out there, and then we're going to let her bite. She's going to come probably 150, and we're going to go, nah, we want 2. She's going to cave in. Let me tell you, Black people, I don't care, educated, uneducated, poor, or rich, we are not comfortable with courtroom. You know why? It's not designed to protect us. Whenever you go in a courtroom, anything goes south. That system is not designed for you. Okay, this is factual. There has been study done on that with people that does not look like us. Okay, people that does not look like us has come out with that study. So I don't know what he thought, but honey, he met the right one. You understand? This man is a financial rapist within the community that lives no fingerprint. And then if he dares, because he's gonna make a video, I'm gonna give him enough rope to hang himself. I'm gonna give him a shovel to dig himself. If he makes a video and said, I did not contribute to FDNG, you see, I didn't send you a copy of that check, cashier check he got. He said he doesn't have it. I'm gonna walk into Huntington Bank in the city of Avon. I'm gonna go, hey, 2019, out of my account, my fund, I made this donation. The receiver saying he never received it. I want an investigation where my money went. You will put my money within 24 hours of my account. And these white people are not going to play with me. They're not going to play with Umar Johnson. When an investigation is on, they're like, oh, the receiver here. 1 minute, honey. The receiver has got the money. Here's our paperwork on our side. Now they're going to contact the authorities. Say, hey, this guy's cashing checks on my he ain't getting. Honey, I'm going to go toe to toe with them because
yes, you do. If y'all okay, I hope y'all picking up what she putting down. She's saying, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my bank and I'm gonna say, I sent over $2,000 check to this man. He said he didn't get it, but yet it cleared. How did he say he didn't get the check when he said he cashed it and he cleared it? When I see that it cleared in my bank. So I need you all to do a trace on where those funds went. Who cleared the check? Where did it clear? What bank? A check cashing place? Where did he cash that check? And do a trace on it because he's saying he didn't get it. So guess what? You're going to have to take it back out of whatever account he put it in and give me my money back. And guess what the bank is going to do? Then the bank is going to pursue his ass and figure out, now you owe us $2,000. We have to get back to our account holder over here because you said that you did not get the money, even though somehow it cleared with you. It cleared with an account with your name on it. You're going to have to give us that money back. And if he doesn't have $2,000 in his bank account to clear, guess what it's going to do? Make him overdraft. And then guess what's going to happen if he doesn't pay that overdraft? Whatever the $2,000 plus the overdraft fee is, they'll freeze it and lock his accounts up. You can't make this up. This is so good. So either way, he will be screwed. If he lies about it, then they'll give her money back. Because once they do a trace to see that it was cashed and cleared, he's the one lying and saying he didn't get it. So obviously you're implying that it was stolen. She'll get her money back. And in an investigation, every bank has a fraud department. They're going to initiate an investigation either way. And if fraud charges come out of that, that goes straight to the courthouse in that division or district that would have jurisdiction over the matter. Banks, those fraud departments can refer charges over to the DA or the prosecutor. They will file charges from there for bank fraud, wire fraud, check fraud, whatever other fraud charges they would need to file. And they would get the money back out of whatever account he used to cash it. If he used a bank account to cash it and it cleared, and he's lying and say he didn't get the money, they're going to take it out. And if he don't have enough money to cover it, he'll overdraft. But if it wasn't cashed at all, the money goes back to her either way. And he still doesn't get it. All because he doesn't know how to stop damn lying and putting his foot in his mouth. This is so crazy. Oh, man. Oh, get him, Maryanne.
The receiver.
Oh, this is too good.
1 minute, honey. The receiver has got the money. Here's our paperwork on our side.
Oh, this is
they're
too
going to
good.
contact the authorities. Say, hey, this guy's cashing checks on my he ain't getting. Honey, I'm going to go toe to toe with him because Umar Johnson got the right one. You understand? He's a rapist, a financial rapist. I have no respect or no regard for him. This is someone I held with high regard. I respect you. I bent over backward to accommodate you. I don't care if he vomits or if he defecates. That donation I gave him, he's going to give me my money back. And when I get my money back, I'm going to come on your show again to show them the process. Is there consequence? Well. Okay, I think I said it all. My blood pressure is probably to the roof. He's a monster. He's a monster. And then I'm not saying people are like, well, you chose to donate. Yes, I chose. It's that backdoor sneaky stuff that he does. Trifling. And and then when we sat down, we analyzed, why he picked $5,000. Okay, it's public record. You put my address, you know exactly how much my home property cost, the home value. It's public record. If you put the address of the studio, he estimate me ballpark. He's like, she got this. She gonna pay up.
So that's why he comes up with he comes up with $500,000 because he already did the background research to figure out how much. Boy, that's diabolical.
Yeah, man,
exactly.
It is.
That's exactly
it's so crazy.
what he did. He is dirty. And then let me tell you, he got no moral. He's out here making relationships. Yeah, I'm gonna get sloppy now. I don't give a damn. He got the nerve to make relationship video. First of all, sir, you've never been married.
Shout out to your Information Man show. I caught your show earlier. So good. Thank you for the $4 super. Thank you so much. Listen, I appreciate your support here. You have no idea. Your live stream was packed. I said, I'm just going to say hello and just sit back and listen. Thank you so much for supporting me here in the LLC. And you will always have my support over there in the Information Man show. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Y'all, Lenon said he's doing a live tomorrow where he has some information he's going to drop. I'm so ready for it. Shout out to you, Information Man show. All right, let's get back to it. She's dropping some information. I got to go back. I got to hear this again. I got to hear it again, y'all.
Cashier check he got. He said he doesn't have it. I'm going to walk into Huntington Bank in the city of Avon. I'm going to go, hey.
Hold on, let's go back to the beginning. Okay.
So I don't know what he thought, but honey, he met the right one. You understand? This man is a financial rapist within the community that lives no fingerprint. And then if he dares, because he's gonna make a video, I'm gonna give him enough rope to hang himself. I'm gonna give him a shovel to dig himself. If he makes a video and said, I did not contribute to FDNG, you see, I didn't send you a copy of that check, cashier check he got. He said he doesn't have it. I'm gonna walk into Huntington Bank in the city of Avon. I'm gonna go, hey, 2019, out of my account, my fund, I made this donation. The receiver saying he never received it. I want an investigation where my money went. You will put my money within 24 hours in my account. And these white people are not going to play with me. They're not going to play with Umar Johnson. When an investigation is on, they're like, oh, the receiver received it. Here, 1 minute, honey. The receiver has got the money. Here's our paperwork on our side. Now they're gonna contact the authorities. Say, hey, this guy's cashing checks on my he ain't getting. Honey, I'm gonna go toe to toe with them because Umar.
Y'all peep that? Did y'all peep that? So the fraud department would basically, and that's one thing they will do. The fraud department of the bank. Every bank has a fraud department. They will say, okay, this check, whether he's saying he's gonna say that he didn't get it. Okay, go ahead and say that. Now you're saying that you did not get money. You didn't get the money. You're cashing these checks. So you're cashing checks all over the place. And then you're going back and saying you didn't receive the funds. That's fraudulent, especially when there's a paper trail to show you did indeed receive the check and you cashed it with this bank. Here's the trace number. Here's the transaction ID number. Here's the amount, the date and time stamp and everything. They'll have all of that information. So now they can say, okay, well, since you want to run around here cashing checks and then going back and lying and saying you didn't get the money, that's fraud. They'll refer charges over to the court within that district and they'll send it over to the prosecutor to refer charges. And the prosecutor will file charges against his ass. That's how it's done.
Got the right one. You understand? He's a rapist, a financial rapist. I have no respect or no regard for him. This is someone I held with high regard. I respect you. I bent over backward to accommodate you. I don't care if he vomits or if he defecates. That donation I gave him, he's gonna give me my money back. And when I get my money back, I'm gonna come on your show again to show them the process. Is there consequence? Well, hell, well. Okay, I think I said it all. My blood pressure is probably to the roof. Ooh, he's a monster. He's a monster. And then I'm not saying people are like, well, you chose to donate. Yes, I chose. It's that backdoor sneaky stuff that he does. Trifling. And and then when we said that,
if he's committing SSI fraud, yeah, they will disconnect it while they investigate. So if he's doing anything with SSI fraud or disability money and he's committing fraud, report it. They will. Then they'll also, like I said, have the charges, any criminal charges that come out of that'll fall under the FBI. And then they'll send those charges over to the prosecutor or the DA for that district. And yeah, they'll end up making him pay all that money back. You have to pay back that money. He has no idea. Umar has no idea what he's doing. None.
And we analyze. You know why he picked $5,000. Okay?
Oh my God!
It's public record. You put my address. You know exactly how much my home property cost, the home value. It's public record. If you put the address of the studio, he estimate me ballpark. He's like, she got this. She gonna pay up.
So that's why he comes up with he comes up with $500,000 because he already did the background research to figure out how much. Boy, that's diabolical.
For her home, the assets.
That's exactly what he did. He is dirty. And then let me tell you, he got no moral. He's out here making relationships. Yeah, you know exactly how much my home property cost, the home value. It's public record. If you put
he filed. Okay, so the lawsuit was for the value of her home and her property. But it's still not justifiable. Even if you think that the person the defendant you're filing the lawsuit against has the money in cash or in assets, you don't have a legitimate claim, Umar. You wildebeest. You don't have a legitimate statement of claim to file to the court. That would be a frivolous petition. It would be a frivolous lawsuit filed in bad faith. Because you don't have any legal claim or merit to the case. Just because you think she has the money does not mean you have a valid claim. It would still be dismissed. And then his attorney would be on the hook for her attorney's fees. Hopefully his attorney would have been sanctioned and reprimanded by the judge for even allowing that SLAPP suit to be filed in the court and wasting the court's time. And they would still have to pay her for emotional distress and pain and suffering as well. Because the actual SLAPP lawsuit itself is designed to be defamatory. So they could countersue as well. You guys know you all can countersue. Someone sues you, you can not only file a motion to dismiss their claim and invalidate it if there's no legal merit, but you can also countersue. So she would have been able to countersue. So he really did, he's so stupid. He had no idea how this would go. Just let him stay in the la la land of ignorance where he belongs. You know,
the studio,
he
estimate me ballpark. He's like, she got this. She gonna pay up.
So that's why he comes up with five.
He
comes up with he comes up with $500,000 because he already did the background research to figure out how much. Boy, that's diabolical.
Exactly. That's exactly what he did. He is dirty. And then let me tell you, he got no moral. He's out here making relationships. Yeah, I'm gonna get sloppy now. I don't give a damn. He got the nerve to make relationship video. First of all, sir, you've never been married. First of all, sir, you have children by multiple women. Second of all, when he was here, I had problem with him. Every night, this nigga was trying to lure the actress to his room. Now, in fairness to him, yeah, they begged the bait. And when one of them called me, I'm mad. You need to talk to him. This girl called me 5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get up. We got production today. He got me out here waiting for an Uber. This is danger. I'm a single woman. I'm like, waiting out here where? Well, he invited me to your room. I said, you went to his room? That's not the point. The point is he got me out here. I told him my cousin's gonna come in the morning, or I could stay with him and he's going to production. I'm gonna ride with you. My people can't get him. I said, I don't want to hear that. Whoever brought you to him need to pick you up. I said, what are you doing to me? I'm the producer. I kept my end of the deal. You need to keep your end of the deal. Who told you to go to that man's hotel? Who told you to go to that man's hotel? I didn't tell you to go to that man's hotel. And then the other one, she had her little fat agent. Okay, she's a shaker and a mover. She was part of the movie. She met her contact. She showed up with her fat agent, her uncle. They're like, did you give Umar Johnson? This is doing the 3 day. Did you give Umar Johnson her number? Yes, I did. What's the problem? And he instructed me to tell this girl to reach out, or he's gonna reach out. I said, look, he probably want to go over the line of what we're gonna do. Please be supportive. You know, I'm focusing, and I'm not lying to you guys. I'm doing multiple things within that 3 day. It was intense. Okay, so this girl show up at my studio with her little fat agent, show up with her uncle. You put her in what's that word they use? You put her in dangers, and there's a way they use. You put her in harm's way. That was the exact harm's way. You gave the number. She followed your instruction. She's under your guidance. This was. I said, why y'all coming after me? This man is well renowned. He's Umar. Nah, we working with you. You put her in that position. So we're not gonna argue. We're not gonna make no fuss. You need her to finish her next scene. I suggest you pay her $1,000 for her hardship, and then we're gonna finish the scene. We're gonna let it be. Whoa, you do not do that.
Wait a minute. So one of the actresses has an uncle that was her agent, trying to shake her down for $1,000? What? All that these people put her through, all these, and mind you all, these are other Black people that claim to be in a community where they want Black people to exceed and do well and not tear each other down. But yet, and still, all I'm hearing is a slap suit, a shiesty ass attorney who should not be licensed to practice law. Now there's a young lady that was dropped off at Umar's hotel room, and she's calling Maryanne to pick her up. When whomever dropped her off need to pick her back up, I agree to that. Don't even call the producer and get the producer involved in that nonsense. What are you calling the producer for? You chose to go to this man's hotel room, and now there's someone else coming with their fat agent to shake her down for $1,000. All the BS that she had to go through with Black folks to do a film.
What's that word they use? You put her in dangers, and there's a way they use. You put her in harm's way. That was the exact harm's way. You gave the number. She followed your instruction. She's under your guidance. This was. I said, why y'all coming after me? This man is well renowned. He's Umar. Nah, we working with you. You put her in that position. So we're not gonna argue. We're not gonna make no fuss. You need her to finish her next scene. I suggest you pay her $1,000 for her hardship, and then we're gonna finish the scene. We're gonna let it be. You do not do that. Our lawyer gonna get in contact with you. It was just too much going on, so I had to give her $1,000. And then I'm glad I gave her $1,000 because she would have came back and got me. This girl landed something on Broadway. You don't get a gig on Broadway if you're not talented. He is trifling beyond measure. And I apologize to your guest. I apologize to someone because I lost my component. When I ran across that video and I heard that one, all that raw emotion came back. He is not who you guys think he is. He put up a persona of a person, and behind closed doors, that man talks, but he doesn't do a walk. He's not about that life. And what's more baffling for me, I don't understand why within the conscious community,
okay,
over now, he's Umar. Nah, we working with you. You put her in that position. So we're not gonna argue. We're not gonna make no fuss. You need her to finish her next scene. I suggest you pay her $1,000 for her hardship. And then we're gonna finish the scene. We're gonna let it be. You do not do that. Our lawyer gonna get in contact with you. It was just too much going on, so I had to give her $1,000. And then I'm glad I gave her $1,000 because she would have came back and got me. This girl landed something on Broadway. You don't.
So she had to pay another actress $1,000. Is it the same one that went to Umar's room, hotel room?
My cousin's gonna come in the morning, or I could stay with him and he's going to production. I'm gonna ride with you. My people can't get him. I said, I don't want to hear that. Whoever brought you to him need to pick you up. I said, what are you doing to me? I'm the producer. I kept my end of the deal. You need to keep your end of the deal. Who told you to go to that man's hotel?
Thank you.
Who told you to go to that man's hotel? I didn't tell you to go to that man's hotel. And then the other one, she had her little fat
this is another
agent. Okay, she's a shaker and a mover. She was part of the move. She met her contract. She showed up with her fat agent, her uncle. They're like, did you give Umar Johnson? This is doing the 3 day. Did you give Umar Johnson her number? Yes, I did. What's the problem? And he instructed me to tell this girl to reach out, or he's gonna reach out. I said, look, he probably want to go over the line of what we're gonna do.
Okay, I see what happened. Okay, so there were 2 different women. One went to his hotel, called her, talking about, you need to pick me up, blah, blah, blah. She said, no, whoever dropped you off, you need to go back and pick you up. I'm the producer. Why are you at his room? So there's another young lady who Maryanne gave her number to Umar. Umar calls this young lady to for whatever reason. And she comes on the set and says, this is what happened with her fat agent, uncle, whatever. And they're saying to Maryanne, you gave her number to Umar. He's calling her to do all this dumb shit. And here we are now. Are y'all following me? Because I know it took me a minute to try to pick that up. 2 different women. Yep. Got your information, man. Okay, cool. So the one that has an agent, the fat agent, is the one Maryanne gave her number to Umar. And Umar started calling this woman. Now, he could have called her and said something disgusting, erotic, or threatening, or trying to coerce her into some situation. And this is where the fat agent comes in and says, this is what's going on. You want her to do the next scene, you got to give her $1,000 for her hardship. That's what it sounds like.
She showed up with her fat agent, her uncle. They're like, did you give Umar Johnson? This is doing the 3 day. Did you give Umar Johnson her number? Yes, I did. What's the problem? And he instructed me to tell this girl to reach out, or he's going to reach out. I said, look, he probably want to go.
So Umar told the girl to reach out to him, or she reach out to him, or he reach out to her. And they probably said some other stuff.
Over the line of what we're going to do. Please be supportive. I'm focusing, and I'm not lying to you guys. I'm doing multiple things within that 3 days. It was intense. Okay, so this girl show up in my studio with her little fat agent, show up with her uncle. You put her in what's that word they use? You put her in dangers, and there's a way they use. You put her in harm's way. That was harm's way. You gave the number. You had.
So the agent is saying you gave my client, my niece's number to Umar, and when you did that, you put her in harm's way because Umar is calling her, asking her to do X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and all this other bullshit, which I don't doubt that Umar probably called this girl, wanting her to do all kinds of nasty, dumb shit. And now that puts her in harm's way of being, susceptible to whatever happening to her, right? Let's say she went and met up with him to go over lines, and they ended up doing something else. So it's kind of hard to, how do you fight back with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it from both sides, but she still would not have had to, she did not owe him any obligation. The young lady did not owe Umar any obligation to meet him at all. Now, maybe he was harassing her and sending inappropriate texts or calling her, asking for inappropriate shit. But that's still not directly Maryanne's fault. She just gave the young lady's number to Umar, but not knowing that he was going to do anything to put her in harm's way. So I don't know if that's a fair accusation to put on Maryanne, being the producer. I can't say that that's a fair accusation to throw on her. I can't say that at all. I mean, giving out the number of the actors and actresses to each other to go over lines or whatever, you're not doing that with the idea that this person, you're putting someone in harm's way. And that would have been very difficult to prove in court too, because you got to prove intent. So I don't think Maryanne would have had anything to worry about if the young lady did pursue something in court with her. You can't, these are grown adults. At the very least, the young lady could have just blocked Umar's number. And then if he would have continued to harass her, she would have had to pursue Umar for the harassment. But Maryanne didn't give out her number thinking, I'm putting this young lady in harm's way. Umar's going to do this, this, and this. And I know he's going to do something to her that's unacceptable or inappropriate. And I'm going to give him her number either way. No. So they would have had to prove that in court, that Maryanne when she gave her number to Umar, it was with the intent for her to be put in harm's way, or that even unknowingly did it, and now somehow she's liable for it. They wouldn't have been able to really prove that in court.
She followed your instructor. She's under your guidance. This was. I said, why y'all coming out?
Exactly. These women are older.
It's well renowned.
Grown women.
Nah. We working with you. You put her in that position. So we're not gonna argue. We're not gonna make no fuss. You need her to finish her next scene. I suggest you pay her $1,000 for her hardship, and then we're gonna finish the scene. We're gonna let it be. You do not do that. Our lawyer gonna get in contact with you. It was just too much going on, so I had to give her $1,000. And then I'm glad I gave her $1,000 because she would have came back and got me. This girl landed something on Broadway. You don't get a gig on Broadway if you're not talented. He is trifling beyond measure. And I apologize to your guest.
Okay, so Umar is trifling, period. But Maryanne would not have had any, there's no liability that she would bear simply by giving Umar this young lady's number. Anything after that would have been of the choice of the young lady. It would have been her choice to entertain Umar in any manner, whether it be a call, a text, meeting in person. That would be up to her to do. Because one thing Maryanne Lorient cannot do is control and dictate how Umar acts. So that would have been a pretty hard bar to feel, like if taking that to court to say Maryanne should be held liable because she gave my number to Umar, and all of these things happened to me from Umar because she gave him my number. No, all she did was give him your number. Everything that happens thereafter, you have to go after Umar for. How do you put the liability on Maryanne? How do you say that you're putting me in harm's way simply by giving my number to someone that is supposed to be a colleague on a set? Him choosing to be trifling and to try to take advantage of the young lady is not the liability of Maryanne. It would have been solely on Umar. I don't think that young lady would not have had a case with Maryanne. Not at all.
I apologize to someone because I lost my component. When I ran across that video and I heard that one, all that raw emotion came back. He is not who you guys think he is. He put up a persona of a person, and behind closed door, that man talks, but he doesn't do a walk.
Oh, I'm sure they're over 21.
And what's more baffling for me, I don't understand why within the conscious community, and the conscious community, we respect life. I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper.
Umar has no respect for college girls on a campus when he's recording their behinds. So I'm assuming that all these young ladies were at least 21. Definitely well over 18. Hopefully they were well over 21. But I'm not quite sure. But he doesn't care. He will film the backside of a college girl on campus, and she might be barely 18, 19 years old. He doesn't care. That's why he needs to be banned from these college campuses too.
We don't take life, okay? That's not part of the process. practicing the Constitution. But what I don't understand, why a group of elders don't get together, sit them in a wheelchair and have them sip out of a straw. He is destroying Black women within the community, just literally destroying them. And I say that confidently. And I want him to come after me. I am ready to go to war with them. He is trifling beyond measure. He tried to destroy me financially. So if y'all don't understand why I'm angry, that is why I'm angry. That is why I'm angry. Woo. I'm sorry for shouting. I'm sorry for losing my composure. But you know what? I'm going to be transparent. I'm going to be clear and transparent with you all.
Yeah. No, it's perfectly fine. And we get it. There's plenty of other women, I'm sure, that they've been taken advantage of by Umar in different ways. You also said that he had flirted with every woman on set. You had told me that.
I told you. I told you he was luring them within that 3 day by shift.
Crazy.
By shift. One of them, he promised her he was gonna blow her up, put her image on how do you call that? Put her image on Instagram, put her on Facebook, and she gonna call me. I said, do not call me. Do not call me, please. I met my bargain with you. If he promised you something, he's not holding his end. That's not my fault. And then
exactly.
I said, God, this girl's young. Please, God, this girl's young. Please refrain from promising. Man, I ain't studying that guy. You take a picture. Because Umar kept posting. The time of filming, Umar kept posting pictures with her, pictures of her. But
oh my God,
she wanted her page to be promoted. She's an artist. She wanted to tap on that platform, but she's like, he posting like I'm his woman. I don't play like. And I said, listen, I would talk to him, but I can't control what that man did. Like what that man do. I was like clear with her. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't care. He used you and then dismissed you. That's how he did. And then you know how I end up getting the lead. She's attractive. Show them the lead. Show them the lead. Show them the lead.
This is the young lady too, right?
Show them the lead. Just show them the lead. Show them the lead. You know how I end up with this girl? I got this girl 2 days before Umar came to town. The lead that we had as a woman, if you see her, you cannot deny her beauty. She was.
So he is sitting here blowing up her Instagram page and her pictures and all this other stuff. And she looks like she's what, 19, 20 years old, maybe? Who knows? This is the dumb shit he's doing on a set that's supposed to be about someone empowering the community and educating people's kids.
Shapely. She had that beautiful, flawless, dark skin. I mean, she was on point. She was gorgeous. Let me tell you how I lost this girl. This is the lead that we got 2 days before he got in town. And the day we got on set to shoot the first time, he's mad. He's like, who is she? Where's my original fiance? I said, Doc, I didn't go into detail. I said, there's been a mishap. This is who we at. Oh man, Queen, this is not what I want. I need her number. Can we fly her in?
This is not what I want.
There was a mishap.
This idiot said, this is not what I want. Like he's ordering women. Umar Tardian, he's ordering women. It's like he's ordering a woman for him. This is so depraved and disgusting. This is not what I want. Don't nobody give a damn, Umar. He's treated women like they're items to be ordered off of a menu.
This is your leader.
You can't make this shit up, man.
Let me talk to her. Give you her number. Who are you to give you this girl number? Let me tell you why I lost this girl. This girl got paid.
Oh my God.
This girl signed her contract. It came. She was the lead. This girl boyfriend called me, not her significant other. Hey, 2 days before the
my God.
Hey, she's not gonna be part of this weekend movie. I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand. What happened? Did I do something? What happened? No. My girl in Florida, cousin. Listen to this. This is you know how they say this is a small world. So this girl cousin was talking to Umar because all his women are undercover. Like he keeps them hidden. You don't know every city he probably has one. So there was some romantically relationship with this woman in Florida. Something went south. And then her cousin is an actress, the girl who is the lead. So the girl, even during the different city, when you send out a casting call, because Umar Johnson, she jumped on it like white on right. And then while she's excited, she's sharing with family. Even her dude was an Umar supporter. And then when they learned, the girl came out teary eyes. Oh, this is what he did. He didn't want me. They're like, how you messing with Dr. Umar? We don't know. He wanted me to keep it on the down low until the relationship gets straight. He was talking to this woman for 5 months, talking about,
oh my
business. Whenever a man tell you, I don't want my business undercover, right there, you know he ain't no good. Okay. So he's like, we're not dealing with Umar. She's not gonna be a project with Umar. She's not coming. And then he's like, and while I'm talking on the phone, my phone went bing. and then he's like, check. Did you see that check? I checked. He Western Union me. They got integrity. Western Union me the money that she was paid. That's how we got this girl right here. Umar is messy. You understand? Messy beyond measure. He is not what you guys think he is. And I'm telling you, I am so ready for him. I am ready for him beyond. I'm going to get off the phone now because this is not healthy now. Now this is not productive. It's not healthy. While I'm talking to you, I'm getting texts from girlfriends. I'm getting texts from people on my friends. They're like, you're not coming across good. You started well. Please end it. So I'm going to have to end it with you because they love me. So I'm probably coming across crazy, but I need.
No, you're not crazy. And sometimes it's just people just got to get it off their chest, people. Because what you don't want is this explosion in court. That's where it really matters. You want to have composure in court. If she's never able to get it off her chest and she's always being told to calm down, not say anything, how is she supposed to get it off her chest and talk about it? For fuck's sake, I wish people wouldn't do that. Sometimes this is the therapy that people need to get it off their chest. And it helps us to understand who we're dealing with. This man was in a relationship with someone for 5 months. I'm just, oh man, hold on. Let me go back some.
That's how he did. And then you know how I end up getting the lead? She's attracted. Show them the lead. Show them the lead. Mm-hmm. Show them the lead.
This is the young lady too, right?
Show them the lead. Just show them the lead.
This is crazy.
Show them the lead. You know how I end up with this girl? I got this girl 2 days before Umar came to town. The lead that we had as a woman, if you see her, you cannot deny her beauty. She was shapely. She had that beautiful, flawless dark skin. I mean, she was on point. She was gorgeous. Let me tell you how I lost this girl. This is the lead that we got 2 days before he got in town. And the day we got on set to shoot the first time, he's mad. He's like, who is she? Where's my original fiance? I said, Doc, I didn't go into detail. I said, there's been a mishap. This is who we at. Oh man, Queen, this is not what I want. I need her number. Can we fly her in? I said, Doc, there was a mishap. This is your lead now. Queen, listen to me. Give me her number. Let me talk to her. Give you her number. Who are you to give you this girl number? Let me tell you why I lost this girl. God. This girl got paid. This girl signed her contract. It came. She was the lead. This girl boyfriend called me, not her. Her significant other. Hey, 2 days before the film. Hey, she's not going to be part of this American movie. I said, I'm sorry. I don't understand. What happened? Did I do something? What happened? No. My girl in Florida, cousin. Listen to this. This is you know how they say this is a small world. So this girl cousin was talking to Umar.
So the lead girl had a cousin in Florida that was also talking, that was actually talking to Umar. Can you believe this? You can't make this shit up. She's going to have to do a documentary about how this film was made and put all this stuff in it. Because this is a movie in and of itself. So the lead had a boyfriend that called Maryanne. The boyfriend of the lead said, listen, my girlfriend, your lead, has a cousin in Florida that's also messing with Umar. And Umar is trying to get my girlfriend to come on the set and wants the number. What the hell?
All his women are undercover. Like he keeps them hidden. You don't know. Every city he probably has one. So there was some romantically relationship with this woman in Florida. Something went south. And then her cousin is an actress, the girl who is the lead.
Sick. So
the girl, even during the different city, when you send out a casting call, because Umar Johnson, she jumped on it like white on rice. And then while she's excited, she's sharing with family. Even her dude was an Umar supporter. And then when they learned, the girl came out teary eyes. Oh, this is what he did. He didn't want me. They're like, how you messing with Dr. Umar? We don't know. He wanted me to keep it on the down low until the relationship gets strained. He was talking to this woman for 5 months, talking about, I don't like my business. Whenever a man tell you, I don't want my business undercover, right there, he ain't no good. Okay? So he's like, we're not dealing with Umar. She's not going to be a project with Umar. She's not coming. And then he's like, and while I'm talking to him on the phone, my phone went ping. And then he's like, check. Did you see that check? I checked. He Western Union me. They got integrity. Western Union me the money that she was paid. That's how we got this girl right here. Umar is.
And the boyfriend sends back the money that was paid to the lead. So they didn't keep the money. They sent it back to Maryanne Lorient through Western Union. And then she used that money to get another young lady to do the lead. That's crazy.
Messy. You understand? Messy beyond measure. He is not what you guys think he is. And I'm telling you, I am so ready for him. I am ready for him beyond. I'm going to get off the phone now because this is not healthy now. Now this is not productive. It's not healthy. While I'm talking to you, I'm getting texts from girlfriends. I'm getting texts from people on my friends. They're like, you're not coming across good. You started well. Please end it. So I'm going to have to end it with you because they love me. So I'm probably coming across crazy. But I need y'all to know he is not what you guys think he is.
Okay. Thank you, sis. We appreciate it. Okay.
You're
thank
more
you
than welcome. And then listen
Okay.
to me, Umar. You're a little kid. I know you're going to see this video. You listen to me.
Yeah.
You are a chatty patty, bitch ass, conscious nigga. So come at me, and I am prepared for you, sir. Come at me because you're a swindler. You are a thief. You are a rapist thief within the Black community. And I came out and I talked. It's because I may have a little resource. I had a great support system. How many poor, vulnerable women sat in a corner and cry? They don't know who to turn to. And I want the conscious community to do some kind of alert on you to sit you down. You are garbage, sir. I have no respect for you, none whatsoever. Thank you for allowing.
I concur all those statements she just made. Umar, I don't have respect for you either. You're a piece of shit. You are a wildebeest that does not belong on our planet. You're an alien from outer space. I wish you would leave all of humanity alone. Take your cult leaders, your cult members with you. Umar Tardians, I just, there are no words. There are just not enough words to describe how deplorable and depraved you people are. If you still choose to sit here and support this piece of crap, this person who will never pay your bills, then I don't know what else to say about you.
Me to come on your platform, and I apologize for kind of losing my temper going off, but I'm not lying to you. I had to go to therapy every time I relive those 3 days and the period of time that led to those 3 days. It just burns me up. I feel like I'm like a volcano coming to life. Thank you, and I bid you a good night.
All right. God bless. Thank you, sis. All right.
Ooh,
and there's so much more too that she shared with me offline. I want to thank Maryanne for coming on, and we have her back. If anything, you know, if Umar tries to get slick with it, if she ends up taking him to court to get that donation money back, if Umar disparages her, we'll be on it. We'll have her back. And just like all those other women out there, maybe right now is not the time for you. Maybe it's an issue of the fear of the fallout. But the truth is that the more women and men, for that matter, who come out to speak on Umar, the more he will be exposed for who he truly is. And when the sister said that he's a financial rapist, that right there, listen, I've been studying Umar for years. I've done one documentary and working on the second documentary to cover his whole life. I'm the foremost research into Umar. I've studied this guy. That statement right there, it inculcates everything that Umar has done and continues to do to this day.
Yep. Y'all, that is the interview. That's the interview. And she was so, oh my gosh, she was so upset. What we're going to do now is we're going to pull up. And you can't blame her. You cannot blame her. You cannot blame her for how she felt, what she's gone through, what he's done to her. You can't blame her. So, of course, I want to get to the video that came out last night of her speaking on a settlement. Just for the sake of brevity, I had 2 or 3 other videos I was going to show, but I'm just going to show the one where she posted last night about the settlement itself, because, you know, I want to get some feedback from you all. You know, I honestly think that he should be paying her more. He should pay her more, because that SLAPP suit, she had to get an attorney. They had to do a filing. They had to, he had to do an order of entry, all that stuff. It took money. And then Umar's dumbass decides to back away from it, but she still had to answer to that. And her attorney had to prep court documents for that. And all for what? For nothing. It's just done to force someone to spend court and attorney's fees. And he didn't even have a legal valid claim. So we're going to check out this video here of her speaking on the actual settlement. And then that'll be the end of the live, because it's already 3 hours, 33 minutes. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. let's get to this, and make sure you guys are hitting that like button and engaging in the chat, and let me know what you think about this video as we go through it.
Good afternoon, family. It's Maryanne. We're experiencing 85-degree weather in the month of September for Ohio. That's amazing. So I figured I'd come outside and do this video. The weather is beautiful. We're exorbitant in
all
before
because of
winter
Umar.
hit. We can have some pretty harsh winter in Ohio. So the reason I wanted to come out to make this video, it's because I received a check as a settlement from Dr. Umar Johnson. During the week, I received an email, and the email was not claiming to sue me. It was from his attorney at Cleveland Law Firm, which has a sister firm and where he's from, Philly. So they reached out. They wanted to have a dialogue. They wanted to give me a form of payment for my hardship that I dealt with Dr. Umar, for my donation, and then for my therapy. What I did say, I went to therapy in one of the videos, so they did their homework pretty fairly. They wanted to reimburse me for that. And he wanted to move forward and not have me make disparaging video about him anymore. Okay, so I'm sitting there, I'm like, disparaging video? I don't understand. Can you elaborate on that? Well, Ms. Lorient, you're getting on your YouTube video, you're saying he's dating outside his race, which is factual. He doesn't date outside his race. I said, okay, so.
First of all, the court wouldn't care about that. It would be like, listen, you date outside your race, you don't. You say you don't. Okay, whatever. How is that disparaging again? They're sitting here saying dumb things that they think the judge would care about, and the judge wouldn't care about that. When you're talking about disparaging, what he's trying to convolute is criticism for defamation. Just because it's disparaging doesn't mean it is absolutely defamatory. Because she could be saying something that's true and he simply doesn't like it. No one cares about that. But I really hope they did not give her a settlement and have her think that she's not supposed to say anything or say any to release any content or anything simply because he doesn't like it. That's not how free speech and freedom of the press works. Freedom of expression. That's not how that works. So, and that's something I pointed out last night in the video. So what? I'm gonna sit here and do my commentary on videos about Umar. Sending me a check saying you're doing disparaging commentary on your videos, though. No, it sounds like you're bribing me to tell me to shut up. That's not how this works. He already filed a SLAPP suit. So you have these weird ass attorneys that still don't know how to use correct legalese to phrase this stuff correctly, so that it doesn't. So they're not trying to sit here and almost threaten or intimidate her or have her, feel like you're bribing me to get me to shut up. What's wrong with you? I hope she still does a documentary on how she made the film Awakening, because she has every right to do that. She really does. So to say you shouldn't make disparaging comments on someone is absolutely absurd. But they really owe her twice more than what they paid her. Whatever they paid her, it should have been double.
We're having a dialogue. Let me put some clarification. Well, we don't need. I said, you're going to allow me to speak, sir. You're going to allow me to have clarification.
Exactly.
I said, first of all, I was gracious and I was kind. All I said on that YouTube video, he wanted to see with a Caucasian woman. I said, but I took my phone because we were having the Zoom meeting on my laptop, on my Apple laptop. So I took my phone on block and I sent a text. Bleep. It went beep. I said, that beep you hear next to him, that's me texting him his own message, which is his acting number, his own message. I said, in that message, this is from Dr. Umar. He told me, Queen, this is how we're going to do this scene. I'm going to be bare-chested. This woman's going to have exposed breasts, and she's going to be pressing against my chest. I don't know if he thought I was doing a porn video, because we told him a feature film. But moving along, and they're like, well, we don't need. I said, well, I'm going to finish. Whether you want to hear it or not, I'm going to finish. I said, that's what he wanted. And then the scene, I'm going to break it down to you, family. The scene was for him to go, he came to his senses because he had a moment of weakness. This is him typing all this garbage to me. He came to his weakness because he had a moment of weakness. And he's going to go, no, I am a Pan-African leader. I can't stoop to this level. Black Queen forever, Snow Bunny never, and I'm going to throw her off the bed. This is what he wanted to incorporate in the movie. And I said, no, we're not doing that. And I told you guys in the video, I regret it. What would I would give to have these footage of this woman breast implanted in his chest? I would have loved it. Okay, so I said I was gracious, but since you're telling me I'm making this very video, I'm telling you how the video was made, and then this was his requirement. And then they're like, well, okay, we're not really going to go into detail. I said, you want to have a conversation? We're going to go into detail. We're going to go into details.
Honey, his attorneys are so dumb. They would have had to go into detail in court documents. Why are you all attorneys and you don't want to go into detail? That's all you would have done if it would have gone through the process through court. If it would have played out through the legal process in court, you would have had to go into detail. These attorneys for Umar are clowns.
He's like, okay,
they should be disbarred.
Can you calm down? I said, I'm calm. I said, I'm an African-American woman. A woman's nature is emotional.
Don't tell
I'm
me
a
to calm
passionate
down.
person. I'm calm, I'm collective. No one is irate and no one's angry. So, and then they're like, well, also, we're going to start with the film. And then you know how some of the content creators, they took Awaken and they did a blow to blow, like they were like discussing the film. I felt that's what we were doing. I kid you not. They must have watched that film at least once or twice. They were on point with everything. So they were going blow to blow to tell me, we're gonna compensate you for the time when Jermaine Jackson, so they call him by his film name, not by Dr. Lemon, when Jermaine Jackson arrived in the home to comfort Rebecca after the loss of her son. So this is the scene on the couch. So I'm sitting here, I'm listening, I'm like, okay. They're like, so we're gonna compensate you because you lost the actress. So this is what you guys, a lot of the content creators didn't kind of miss. When he arrived to comfort Rebecca, when she opened the door, she was supposed to open the door. They were supposed to have a moment of emotional, because she's that young man's aunt. She's Rebecca's sister. So there was so much mess with him, with the female on the set. Something went down with this young woman. So you guys only got that one scene with her on the porch. So I lost the scene. I lost 2 scenes with her. So they reimbursed me for that. So the scene.
And see, me having watched it and gone over it, I would not have known that unless I had the script. Or unless she put this information up front. Like, the average person would not know that just watching it. But I'm glad they reimbursed it. What they should have done was pay her for the entire cost of the production itself, which is $86,000. Because I would not have known at the time watching the film, I would not have been able to assume this, that you lost an actress, or that there was 2 scenes that this young lady was supposed to have been in. I believe her, but I would not have known that. So that's, unless you have a script to compare it against, that would have been hard to pick up. Maybe I'm wrong. Some of you all maybe were able to pick that up or something like that, or if you guys knew that ahead of time, but I didn't know that at all. But now we know that. So that's, and it's crazy how he caused this much commotion and chaos and confusion on the scene.
When the door was open, it was my cinematographer that opened the door, and all he did is just point it. That's all he did. That was the last scene we filmed. That day it was me, one cinematographer. There was 2 people on the thing. Me
too, Miss.
Antonio,
I hope she does
and Lisa, who is like set coordinator. Like
I hope she still does the documentary she was going to do about the making of Awakening, because of how much debacle went on behind the scenes and making the film. I really hope she does a documentary on that. Whether he likes it or not is irrelevant. She still has the right to freely express herself and her experiences regarding her films, even if he doesn't like it. And if they want to challenge her First Amendment rights in court, good luck to that. They are not going to win. They can barely have a conversation with her about details. And they try to file a SLAPP suit against her. So I wouldn't take anything they say seriously. His attorneys are ignorant.
It's the craft together. She's set coordinator. And it was the guy who's supposed to drive him around. His security. He showed up, and I'm like, you're not part of the scene, but he showed up. That's the only people that don't understand. He was upstairs putting his dashiki on. Okay, he's upstairs putting his dashiki on, and then when I realized this girl's not going to show up, I knew what transpired between him and this girl, a hot mess.
Wow.
So I said, Antonio, you just step in. You just open the door, because Lisa, she didn't want to get on video. She's like, I don't like him. I don't want to be part of this. And I'm the producer. That day I had like I'm the producer because I said so. I had like a movie T-shirt on. I didn't have the proper attire, and I wasn't trying to run upstairs. We've been filming all day. I'm exhausted. I said, you just open the door and let them in. So they were going. I'm saying this to give you an example. They were going blow to blow the entire film on what they're going to compensate me. And then they're like, you said you have therapy. We need you to provide your session. We're going to reimburse you for that. First of all, my insurance paid for that. And second of all, it was like a co-payment. It was a co-payment.
It doesn't matter. I would just give them the total invoice amount. And I made mention of that in my video last night on it. When it comes down to reimbursing for any, mental or physical health sessions or anything regarding, counseling, or you got to go to the doctors, you got to get diagnostic tests done, doesn't matter. You send the invoice amount, the full billed amount, not the amount of what's left over after your insurance. No, you send the actual total invoice amount, regardless of whatever your insurance paid, your co-payments were, doesn't matter. They're reimbursing you for the entire billed amount. Period. So that money goes back to you, because you should not have had to go to therapy in the first place. That's the point of it. So when it comes to those reimbursements, you send them the full invoice amount and let them reimburse you for the total billed amount, not what was paid after the insurance. That's not how the reimbursements work. It's supposed to be the total invoice amount.
Which, okay, like they wanted to reimburse me for everything. So I was truthful, I was honest about that. And then for my hardship, I guess the stress he put me through during the filming, and they're like, moving forward, you're not going to go and make any more disparaging video about him, because if you continue, then he's going to have to take some action. He's tired. He wants it to end. I said, first of all, every time I made a video, it's because he reached out. He's the one who's sorting me out. I said, we're having this meeting because y'all reached out.
Yeah.
I said, every time I'm having some kind of connection with him or some kind of reaction, it's because of him. My reaction is based on his action. I said, he leaves me alone, we're not gonna have a problem. No, we're not gonna have a problem. You understand? And then they're like, what else they said? They're like, yeah, so I'm glad we're having this dialogue. We're gonna give you 68,600. I left the checks up there. I haven't even cashed your check yet. Your check's still up there. But what I did do, I sent a copy of that check to Honor, because I promised Honor, when I get paid, I would return back on this.
So it was 68,600. Let me type that in. 68,600 or 68,800. Which, how much was it? She said 68,600 that she received, but she paid 86,000 for the production costs. That she said it was. That's what she quoted at the beginning of the interview. She only got back 68,600. And they're expecting her to not say anything else. Just disparaging means you're devaluing something. It does not always equate to defamatory. Defamation is provable false statements. Disparaging is, you're basically saying something is of no value, is of no importance, but that doesn't make it defamatory. That's a totally different term with a totally different definition. And the fact that he thinks that no one's supposed to say anything about him is unrealistic. No, you choose to be a public figure. You could go into the shadows with the rest of the demons, Umar, where you belong. But you're the one that chooses to be out on social media. You speak about people. How many times has he completely not only disparaged, but defamed Lene Sachs? How many times has he actually defamed Lene? I mean, being defamatory. Made false statements about her. Provable false statements about her. How many times has he done that against Lene? But yet he doesn't want disparaging comments. Who gives a damn? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Lene could take him to court and say, you know what? I don't like you, being defamatory against me. You're making provable false statements against me that is designed to attack my character and integrity. Who she is as a woman, her work, her intelligence. I mean, he attacks her on every level, down to her body parts. So, Umar, you don't have any room to make any demands. None. And you shouldn't be a public figure if you don't like criticism, because your weak, spineless ass can't handle criticism at all. You're a punk. You're a coward. You can't handle criticism, but you want to sit here and try to pay someone off from derogatory comments or disparaging comments. It said disparaging comments. You got to give a shit about whether or not you feel valued or not. You're the one that gave her a hard time on her movie set. You didn't have to be in it, Umar. You could have set your behind somewhere else and actually got a job and went to work somewhere. You wouldn't even put any money into the film. Unbelievable. I would not, I'm telling you right now, I would never agree to not give commentary and to exercise my free speech and expression when it comes to Umar. If that's what that check represents, that means you're trying to silence me and hush me up about him. He can kiss my ass. That money ain't even worth it when it comes to the freedom of speech and expression. That's crazy. She deserves more than that.
And I would do, let the people know I got my money back. You understand? And I said, nobody made no disparaging video about it because I still had kept hope alive.
No one made disparaging
video. If FDNG did open, I would show up because I'm a donor. I was part of the dream. You understand? You understand? So I'm saying to myself, and then I don't know if you guys saw his little dark video that he made, and that's very symbol. He made that's shame. That's shame, making that video in the dark. And I brought, what's that thing? No, I'm just saying this. No, I'm just saying this. I ain't saying none of that. Okay. That's my attorney talking. Okay. Somebody asked him,
attorney in the background.
Why haven't you addressed, no, I'm just addressing this, and I'm done with it. Yeah. Why haven't you addressed Maryanne Lorient's accusation? And then in his little video, I'm not talking about her. That woman ain't even worth my time. All the slander in the world can't stop me. First of all,
no one slandered you, Umar. You humpback whale. No one slandered you. Now you go to court and say, Lady Luck Club called me a humpback whale. I'm clearly a human being. It's an expression. See, that's what you're not smart enough to figure out. You don't even understand the concept of freedom of speech and expression. That's it. That's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with a clown who doesn't understand the definition of terms. And he doesn't know the law. And his attorneys seem even more incompetent than he is. I would be questioning their bar license. If they went to court on that SLAPP suit, the judge should have reprimanded them so bad where they would even think twice about representing Umar moving forward. They would have cut ties with Umar if they would have had to go to court on that SLAPP suit. Umar, you got your attorneys out here doing your dirty work for you, filing SLAPP lawsuits to intimidate and silence someone. And how did you come up with the money to pay $68,600 to anybody? Where did that money come from, Umar? Because you don't have a job.
First of all,
where did that money come from?
Why don't you talk about I got paid? Talk about that, you chatty patty. Talk about that. I'm calm. Okay, she want me to calm. But anyway, I got paid. Family. Let him talk about that. Because in the meeting, I told him I'm coming out. I'm gonna come out and say I get this payment, and I'm gonna come out and say we had this meeting. And then moving forward, he stay out of my face. I'm gonna stay out of his face. And they're like, Miss Lorient, you're not gonna have any more issue out of him, and we're expecting not to have any more issue out of you. I said, well,
you didn't never had any issue with her.
Video about it. Who else y'all having me?
No one has any issues with her. He can kiss my ass and go to hell. Umar, you don't have any issues with her. You have issues with her possibly telling the truth about your ass. That's what you have an issue with. You have an issue with her possibly doing a documentary to show how her experience was working with you behind the scenes of the awakening. You have an issue with her telling the truth on you. We already know you're a piece of shit, wildebeest. I mean, honestly, I'm not shocked by all the things that I'm hearing, even though I'm still surprised. But seeing how depraved you can be, Umar, I mean, would it be any different than what we've already heard before? You're just a depraved individual, and it just stacks up. And unfortunately for you, so many people can say the same thing about you, Umar. Too many people can say the same exact things about you. When people are telling the truth on you, they're saying pretty much the same thing about you. You are a sexually depraved deviant. You're a demon. You're evil. Where's your mother? Show sign of life. Why are you keeping your siblings away from their own mother? You're a deadbeat father. You don't care about your kids. You don't care about black women. You hate black women. You hate women. You don't care about dating white women. Why are you making that an issue? People can say pretty much the same thing about you. There's a general consensus of people telling the truth, and the truth seems to be consistent no matter who it's coming from. So if they had to go to court and give testimony about you and your character, it would all pretty much be the same thing. That would be reasonably accepted as the truth. See, these are concepts your attorneys don't understand fully because they're not explaining it to you. If the average reasonable person can say the same things about you, Umar, the court would accept it to be the truth. So no, you would have to prove how it's slander, you dumbass. He's an idiot. Umar is an idiot.
We're talking to you, Miss. I said, you damn skippy, you talking to me. And then, I'm sloppy, right? I got a little messy. I called, I'm talking about the one in Columbus. I called the attorney, the one he started off with, who tried to sue me with him. In the beginning, I explained that to you. I called him. I said, you know what? It's funny. It's getting dark out here. I have light on the side if you want to go and put it on. I said, it's funny. Umar called and had a meeting with a settlement. You weren't in the lineup. And he was like, Miss Lorient, why are you reaching out to me? There's nothing to discuss. I said, I'm reaching out to you to let you know that he threw you under the bus. Miss Lorient, you called me a gorilla. I said, I called you a gorilla?
He is a gorilla.
I didn't call you a gorilla, sir. A gorilla is a majestic, intelligent animal. I called you a monkey. That's what I called you. He's like, Miss Lorient, there's nothing to discuss. And he hung up.
Go back. Maryanne Lorient said, y'all ninjas gonna leave me alone one way or the other.
Meeting with a settlement, you weren't in the lineup. And he's like, Miss Lorient, why are you reaching out to me? There's nothing to discuss. I said, I'm reaching out to you to let you know that he threw you under the bus. Miss Lorient, you called me a gorilla. I said, I called you a gorilla? I said, no, I didn't call you a gorilla, sir. A gorilla is a majestic, intelligent animal. I called you a monkey. That's what I called you. He's like, Miss Lorient, there's nothing to discuss. And he hung up the phone. That's fine. A monkey is what I called you. And I'm not taking that back. So family.
She said, I didn't call you a gorilla. That's a majestic animal. That's intelligent. I called you a monkey. I called you a monkey. That is funny.
It's getting dark out here. I didn't realize how quickly it's gotten dark. It's just so beautiful. I should have probably done the video earlier. So it's like so when I sent a copy to the check when Mr. Honor had me on his show, see Honor, he got, while he's interviewing, he could show you little slide pictures, and he got a new computer. So it's gonna be the bomb. He announced something, he got a new computer. Now I'm a filmmaker. I pay people to capture a picture, so I'm not tech savvy like that to put a little slide while I talk to you guys. But I told you guys, when I get my money back, I was going to come and speak to the people. And that's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing, family. And you know what? Man. It still breaks my heart. All these people that have lost money. All these people that have lost money. And I'm telling you guys right now, if his intention was to open the school, why would you give me some money back? There's not going to be FDMG. There's not going to be a school, family. And
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. From the Lady Luck Club to all of the Umartardians out there. We don't care that you want to stay in a cult and stay brainwashed. What you're not going to see is a school come to fruition. FDMG is not going to come to fruition. It's never going to open. It is a pyramid scheme. It is not self-sustaining. He would have no way of paying teachers or salaries or of the staff or insurance or passing an inspection or getting accreditation or feeding these kids or busing the kids. He can't even pay the water bill. There's no electricity. Those cameras are fake. There's mold in the building, in the foundations. So no, there will not be an FDMG. You can believe whatever you want to believe in Fairy Taleville. For the rest of us that are in this reality here on Earth, we all know there will be no FDMG school. Umar Johnson is not smart enough to distinguish disparaging from defamatory. Why in the hell would you expect him to open a school? I am so glad she said that. She called that attorney a monkey.
Intention was to open a school. Why would you give me some money back? There's not going to be FDMG. There's not going to be a school, family. And I say that with heavy heart because I was a contributor. I was a supporter. There's not going to be a school. No, sir. There's not going to be a school.
That's just being honest.
No, ma'am. There's not going to be a school. Truth. So all of you, he has some of this supporter that did take a few jabs here and there at me. So for you that are taking a few jabs at me, explain them giving me a check. Explain that. Yep. Explain that them giving me a check. Family is getting dark out here. I want to thank you all for supporting me. I want to thank you all for standing by me while I went through this difficult time with him. And you know what? There's no reason to make no video about him anymore. But I'm just hurt for those who hasn't gotten their money back. But you know what? One advice I would give all of y'all: if you got receipt, make a video. Yep. Make a video. Don't light up on him. Make a video. It's okay. I'm asking people to make video. Okay, she's saying I'm saying too much now. You understand? Make a video. Okay, I'm done. Okay, family, you want me to get off this? It is getting dark anyway. I want to say thank you to all my YouTube subscribers. And if you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. I appreciate each and every one of you. Good night, and I apologize. I did not realize how dark it would have gotten. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the video, y'all. That is the video. Y'all let me know what you think here. Let me know what you think here. 68,600, 68,800. I don't know, honestly, and I'm gonna say this because she paid $86,000 up front for that video, for the film, right? Andrea said, I love who she is. She's loving, kind, and honorable. Miss Maryanne, great job. Miss Amy say, a YouTuber recently went to the Bendos, a high school. The high school is still boarded up. Yes, I did feature the most recent videos that were done by, what's the young man's name? It wasn't FamerTube. It was last week. Someone went there 2 days back to back, and I actually covered those videos. So if somebody else went more recently than that, then we're going to check out those videos. But I did cover 2 videos that were just done. And yeah, they're going to stay boarded up. They're going to stay boarded up. Like I said, if there ever is a school, I hope it has nothing to do with any island of me. Yeah. So she said she got 68,600, but she paid 86,000 out. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. That $68,000 is certainly not worth me keeping my mouth closed over. It's not worth me keeping my mouth closed over, especially when it comes down to the documentary she was going to do. She didn't make disparaging comments about him. She was sharing her experiences that she had with making the film with him. And he chose to do that film. He wanted to play himself in the movie, just to try to sabotage it, because people realize he's not perfect. He's not even a good person. He's an asshole who takes advantage of others. He's a leech upon humanity. He has been collecting money for over 11 years for the aspect of a school to open, and it is not happening. It's not going to happen. He's a con artist who ran a scam. He has no legitimate proof that he even owns the buildings in his name. I have the deeds. That's where we are now. And he's getting mad because people are coming out speaking the truth about him. You can't silence everybody. And that's what Maryanne is saying. You gave FDMG money. You gave this clown money. You have your receipts. Do a video. Post it up. Report that over to the IRS on those tax forms. Let them see the money you've been sending over to go towards a school being open, and then show them the videos, send them the links of all those content creators that have gone to the buildings to see no school is open at all. Send them the court docket activity to show where he was ordered by a court to pay the water bill and some vacant registration property fees. He never did the right thing, especially on his own accord. It took a court, a judge, to sign a writ of monition in a court of law to get him to pay water bill, the sewage, the vacant property registration fees. A judge had to sign off on a writ. And then he gets mad because, oh, we didn't get any notices. While the city is emailing content creators all the evidence of how they tried to communicate and reach out to him. He would not be able to dispute that in court. He will not be able to dispute that in an investigation. And you can lie to the IRS all you want, Umar. You're not that smart. What you end up doing is getting yourself on the hook for possible perjury. So please, I beg of you all, file your complaints. File tax form. I'll pull it up for you all. Tax form 13909. And I'm going to show you all, this is what the form looks like. So if you got receipts that you have given to this nonprofit organization, yeah, file a complaint using this tax form. If you don't want to put your information down, you feel retribution, I understand that. But at some point, it's going to have to be done because he's going to continue to do this. Now he's talking about, oh, hey, we're going to get back to teaching, and y'all want to see scholarships, because he knows he can't do shit else. So let me share this tab with you all so you all can see exactly what I'm talking about here. Umar, you can kiss my ass. No one cares about how you feel. You should have been running the scam. And make sure. Hold on a second. Can you guys hear? Let me know if you can hear and see me. Here's the form right here. This is form 13909, tax exempt organization complaint referral. This is the form right here. And I just did a quick Google search. And this is for filing a complaint. Yeah, we gotta get past this whole, nobody owes him anything. No one owes him anything. No one owes Umar a damn thing. He's been taking money for over 11 years and still can't do what he said he was going to do. And he has no intentions on doing it. So here's the tax form here. To 13909. Hopefully you guys, they have a walkthrough on YouTube, a video you can do. Just keep skipping. Hold on a second. I'm trying to scroll up to where you guys can see it. It gives you a step-by-step on how to fill it out on this website. I just rather pull up the form. So you guys can see here, it gives you step-by-step on how to fill it out. Data referral, the organization's EIN. I know I've covered that in the previous video. The details of the alleged violation here. Then you give the description of alleged activities, who, what, when, where, when, how you learned about and obtained the information in this report. Attach another sheet if needed. So I mean, it gives you a detailed breakdown of how to fill this out. You can just Google tax form 13909 and fill it out. You can go on the IRS website. I just Googled it and this came up. But y'all make sure y'all fill this out. I mean, let's get this stuff over to the IRS. This is what it looks like here, form 13909. And get that over there to them. Okay, y'all can hear cool. And let's file the complaints. Because more than likely, going through the route of let me reach out to him and get my money back, it's not going to work. You know why? Because he doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the money. And then my second question was, after watching this video here, he gave Maryanne $68,600 or $68,800. Where do you all think that money came from? Where do you all think that money came from? Because it's not coming out of his pocket. Where do you all think that money came from? I'm saying I'm assuming it came from the donations. Even if the attorneys forked up the money and paid it out for him, he's gonna have to pay the attorneys back. So if the money came from donations, do you all really think he should be taking donation money that should have gone to a school to pay out a legal settlement? Now, I'm not saying she's not deserving of it. That's a totally different topic. She definitely deserved it. But that goes to show, just like she said, she even said this, how you opening up a school and you're able to pay me out a settlement of $68,000. That came out of Maryanne's mouth. Because the concept, if you pay $68,600, $68,800 to someone, and you don't have a job, you have no other sources of income, you're using the contribution money to pay out legal settlements. That to me shows that he has a propensity to use the contribution money, the donor money, to take care of his personal needs. Pay his child support, buy his food, pay for them rental cars, pay for hotel, give to women. If he has the ability to pay out a legal settlement of $68,000 at one time from donor funds, that means he's spending those donor funds on everything else as well. And that's exactly what she said. How you open up a school and yet you're able to give me $68,000? Knowing he doesn't have a job and he can't say how he's generating revenue. If he had to go to court and the judge said, sir, can you show me, how are you getting any like personal funds? Like, okay, you say you're going on tours, you're selling books. Where's that revenue coming from those avenues, from the tours and the book sales? How are you maintaining that revenue coming in? He can't prove that he has one or two different accounts. He hasn't proven it yet. If he had to go to court and give up all his financials, he would have to say, here are all the accounts I have in my name, including the Cash Apps, the PayPals, the Zelles, the Venmos, and everything else in between. But he would also have to show what money is donor money for a school versus money coming in for him personally that he's allegedly earning through doing tours and taking on interviews and book sales. How would he differentiate that? It's like you said, Ad Abbas, he has no accounting apparatus keeping him honest. None. He is no accountant. He probably doesn't even know how to use Microsoft Excel. He will have no way of keeping that money separate. He got in a video and said, hey, my accounts for my personal account is frozen and the FDMG account is frozen. Show proof that you have two different accounts. Let's start with that. He doesn't have a board of directors. He doesn't have an accounting firm, nothing. The only firm he uses is a tax firm that does the taxes, the tax documents. And they aren't really doing much of anything. All they're doing is putting down contributions, and they're not even making the numbers, consistent. It's not even consistent from year to year. They don't list any expenses. He's the only person listed as an employee of FDMG as an executive director. That's it. And I agree. All of me. I don't think those accounts ever were frozen. I think they were just overdrafted and overdrawn because he's spending the money. And now look how he's having to spend the donors' dollars and the contribution dollars on lawsuit settlements that he initiated. Y'all remember now, he filed the lawsuit. He filed the SLAPP suit against Maryanne. He was the petitioner and she was the defendant. He initiated that lawsuit. He did that to himself. And he had to turn around and give her a settlement because him and his weird ass attorneys knew they would never ever going to win or even have a leg up with a SLAPP lawsuit like that in court. And now the attorneys don't want her to call his ass a monkey. These are just food for thought, people. Now he has allegedly new accounts. He hasn't even spoken about the 2 accounts he claims were frozen. He just went and opened new accounts. Did he open 1 account or 2 accounts? Was it for his personal and FDMG or just his personal account? Because if he's taking $68,000 out, y'all remember now, he's still getting money when he went online crying victim about, oh, they never reached out to me. You know, they're trying to take the schools from me. They're trying to auction the schools from me. By that point, he already had at least 1 new account open. And when he made a post saying, hey, the accounts are good to go, y'all can start back donating again, he had donations flooding in. But the actual water bill, those vacant registration fees, they were already paid, you all. Let me pull that up so you all can see. I'm going to show you all the court docket. Because it says on here, someone named Colleen Redmond paid it. Who's supposed to be like the power of attorney for the actual FDMG LLC. Because I want you all to understand, how do you say that you need money to pay this off if someone else paid it off? How do you need money to pay it off if it was paid off in full and satisfied? There was no payment plan. Mark Lamont, another clown who can't read. There was no payment plan. The court would have indicated that. Because of all things, I would rather believe anything that this court is posting up over Umar any day of the week. Quickly. It wouldn't even be hard. Do you believe the court? You believe Umar. I would believe the court any day of the week. It says right here for August 20th, 2025, power of attorney filed. There's a power of attorney over the FDMG LLC, the Limited Liability Corporation. Power of attorney has been filed on here. City of Wilmington's notice of satisfaction of judgment accepted. If there was a payment plan, it would state payment plan initiated in place. The full judgment was satisfied. That full judgment being all of this money up here. This is just one for one of the land lots, for one of the parcel IDs. Y'all have to remember it's 2 cases, one for each piece of land. So this is for the parcel ID ending in 027. This is how much he owed. That was paid in full. So why would he need people to send him money to pay off on a judgment that was satisfied and paid in full? Fully satisfied, cost fully paid and satisfied on the 20th of August by Colleen Redmond, pro notary, power of attorney. Y'all see that right there? See, this isn't disparaging, Umar. This is called facts, you clown. This is facts and truth. This is what he wants people to not speak on. He don't want people to speak on facts like this. He don't want people to see that he's still asking for money for something that has been paid off in full. So what are you asking for money for? Because the schools still aren't open. FDMG is never going to open. So why are you still asking for money? Because he's a scammer. Whoever Colleen Redmond is, that person is the power of attorney for FDMG LLC. It could be a fictitious person. Who knows? But the judgment was satisfied. Mark Lamont, because that's how this works with the court. If it was not satisfied, it would not say satisfied. It would say payment plan accepted. And then it would have the terms of the payment plan outlined in the court docket activity. This is what happens when people just, Mark Lamont could have just pulled this up. He has a huge platform. He could have just pulled this up and read the information. There's no reason to lie about it. There's no reason to sit here and say he's got a payment plan. For what? What are you doing? You're lying on his behalf. You're not even telling the truth. So all that money he raised to cover these costs here, that just went into an account. $30,000, $40,000. He didn't pay that out of his pocket. That just sat in an account, people. But it wasn't used for what he said it was supposed to be used for. And that is the complaint you file on the IRS form, 13909. He raised his money saying he needed money to pay these expenses. Y'all can use this case as part of your description. Here's the case ID number. N is in Nancy 25J-02115. You can put down both, it's two case numbers. And you can say, this idiot raised all this money for these amounts. And he ended up having a power of attorney pay it off in full. So where did that money go that he raised? You can't make this stuff up. He knows. He knows. Mark Lamar, Charlemagne are calling me Reverend. Barbie, it probably is the case. Maybe he unearthed some bread in his mother's house. Perhaps he cleaned his room. Definitely overdraft. He let them go to start new ones. Yeah. Guess what, though? If it's an overdraft and it's still a balance with those accounts, that hits your credit. So if he does have an account in his personal information, his personal name under his date of birth and social, that's going to hit his credit. Now, if he's got both accounts open under this LLC, then all he's doing is giving negative credit to whatever the EIN is. All of that is falling under that EIN for FDMG. What do you think he'll be able to do with that after he's done ruining the LLC itself? Now all this debt is connected to the EIN for FDMG LLC because he's got accounts open where he's not paying off the balances. And it's only so many times, Umar, because you're an idiot and you don't know this, but I do, that you'll be able to just go around opening up new bank accounts. Only so many times you're going to be able to do that before the bank's fraud department starts to mark your ass and hit your ass up for bank fraud. Because if everybody could do that, people would. If you can just go from a bank to bank to bank, opening up accounts, overdrafting, and then just letting it hang out in space, having all these overdraft fees and huge balances, and then all you got to do is open another account. You don't think that other bank you owe that money to is not going to try to get that money out your ass? They are. And what they're going to do is they're going to start investigating him. He has how many accounts open? So far, 2 that may be overdrafted, where he has not paid off the balances. But he went and opened another bank account. You can't leave those other 2 bank accounts overdrafted. Possibly. Because he's going to lie about whatever happened with the accounts either way. He's not going to show any evidence or documentation on it. So if anything, the worst he could do is prove me wrong and show some documentation and evidence. Because I don't go by what you say, Umar. You're an inveterate pathological liar. So he would have to prove it with some documentation and evidence. But see, if the bank's fraud department gets wind that this guy's going to bank after bank after bank, opening up these accounts, overdrafting, and then he's just leaving those balances hanging. He's not paying back what he owes to the banks. They're going to hit his ass for bank fraud. Times how many ever accounts he's doing this with. If he ends up having 6 accounts, that's 6 counts of bank fraud. He's not smart. And the IRS is going to be on his ass as well. Because now this money that you got coming in that you're using to fund your lifestyle, you're not paying taxes on this stuff. And you're not differentiating what's personal versus what goes to this nonprofit organization. it would be hard to believe he has an account. And all those people who are sitting here supporting that shit, you can easily be named as well. I don't care if you're a content creator. If you're aiding in this nonsense and you're participating or perpetuating the scam, you can be named in these complaints. You can be named in that IRS complaint. If an FBI complaint is filed against him, you can be named. It's called co-conspirator. Because you're perpetuating the scam itself. What are you defending? You need to start reading some shit at the end of the day and ask yourself, is this worth my good liberty and freedom here? To those content creators, because you're putting out that information, wire fraud, on electronic devices. You're perpetuating this scam. Is it worth your liberty and freedom? I ask. You might want to start thinking about that shit. This is not going to end well for Umar at all. All of that money is going to come under question. Maryanne deserves double what she received. But she even knows it's going to come into question, where did the money come from? Because I guarantee you his attorneys, they're not going to just pay the settlement on his behalf without getting the money back somehow. Typically, you don't even use retainer fees on that. You can have an account with your attorneys where you just keep money in it so that anytime there's some billable hours they have to expense out while they work your case, they can pull that out of that fund. But they don't typically just front up $68,000 to pay your settlement. So that money came from somewhere. And if it came from donors and contributors' money, that means it's not going to where it's supposed to go. That he purported it to be towards an actual school, a 501c3 school. And now he's using it to pay legal fees. That has nothing to do with the school. The FD, get this, the money that is being used, coming from donors that's supposed to go to a school, to pay out a legal settlement that has nothing to do with FDMG itself. The money he gave this settlement to Maryanne Lorient had nothing to do with FDMG. He's suing her. He filed a SLAPP suit against her regarding a film. It didn't have anything to do with the school. It wasn't like they had some sort of contract with the school involved for her to go in and do 10 weeks of something with the school. And then something happened and there was a lawsuit. No, this was a lawsuit separate from FDMG. So using the funds raised for that school to pay an outside legal settlement is still misusing those donor funds because it's not relevant or related to the school itself. All because he decided to file a SLAPP suit. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. Is it worth your name? Exactly. How is he eating? How is he paying for buying clothes? He's using the money he's raising. Is he making money from doing lectures and interviews? Does child support people know about it? You know, and the thing is with child support, if he's paying it, he could be paying it to the agency directly. But are they going to ask, where is this money coming from? More than likely, no. It won't be until they're asked, okay, what form of payment is he using to pay the child support? But since it's mostly cash, you know, by law, they're probably not going to ask, okay, how are you earning this cash to pay child support? Child support don't really ask questions like that, to be honest with you. But that's where the accountability comes in, and filing the complaint to the IRS to say money we're giving to this to go towards a school opening, he's using to pay child support and buy clothes and shoes and food and use for his personal care. And that's not what it's supposed to be for. Now, he can't prove that the money he's getting from these, you know, appearances on the Breakfast Club and Joe Budden and Mark Lamont and all this other nonsense is actually being separated if it's not being kept separated. If there's no record of the money being spent, going to a separate account, being spent on separate things, aside from the money that's supposed to be towards FDMG itself. And when he claims that accounts are being frozen, he's saying both accounts are being frozen. Why would an FDMG account be frozen with your personal bank account? See, that's the lie he has to keep up, because that's the lie he's telling out on videos on social media. So that would be asked of him in court or by an investigator. Why would your FDMG account be frozen? Because your personal bank account was frozen. And under what grounds was it frozen? What was the reason that the bank gave you? Because they're going to find out. They're just going to ask questions to see if his answers are going to match the evidence that they can gather. And that's the one thing Umar can't do. He can't tell the truth to save his damn life. Lying to an investigator is not a good thing for you, Umar. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to let you find out the hard way how bad of an idea it is to lie to an investigator. That's why you need this intervention from the IRS. These complaints need to go to them. And if these content creators sit here and intimidate and harass and bully, commit more cyber crimes to keep people silenced, then now they're obstructing. And you can have their ass named and reported for doing just that. Because they don't have any legal standing to intimidate or harass anyone from filing a complaint. Especially when you have receipt and you have information and documentation to show you gave money to a school and it was not used for that school. Here's what it is being used for, though. From what we can see in all of these videos. Umar is an idiot. He's not even smart enough to just not say the wrong thing. And he certainly doesn't tell the truth when he speaks. Yeah, he's very messy. Bougie Bobby said, my guess is he may have used the value of the school as some kind of loan to get his loan, like an unsecured loan, because I doubt he has any money in any account. Exactly. He's using, it's like having credit. Just like your own credit you have with yourself, your personal credit. You use your social security number, your social security and your date of birth to establish credit. So you can do the same thing with the EIN for FDMG. You can open up a business account, get a business loan, all of that with that FDMG LLC and that EIN. But what he's doing is ruining the credit when he has an account allegedly that is for FDMG that's somehow being magically frozen, and he's not even saying why. And if there is a matter of it being overdrafted and he's not paying the account balances off, he's ruining the account, the credit of FDMG itself. And the crazy part is it's non-exempt. He doesn't have to pay federal taxes. You can't make this up. It's like, dude, you're ruining the account of a nonprofit F501c3. That's how stupid he is. And you have people perpetuating that when they continue to sit here and attack those who are pointing out facts and evidence and the truth. People who want to file a complaint. They're sitting here harassing and antagonizing and attacking people from doing that. You don't have the legal authority or right to discourage someone from filing a complaint. You're obstructing. In and of itself, the federal laws in place against that. This is how uninformed these Umartardians are. They're uninformed. And they don't know the law, so they don't even know they're breaking the law. And let's not forget about all of the doxing, the illegal doxing. That part right there, it's so crazy. Yeah, sleepy fingers, I get you. Redemption, what's going on, Redemption? Collateral, yeah. He has no collateral. He has no credit. He has no assets. Umar has nothing. He has nothing he could give in exchange for this stuff. That's why he's using possible donor money to pay a settlement for a legal matter he created that has nothing to do with the school. It's so crazy. There's no telling how much back child support he owes. He paid Lene a big chunk of change too. Did he? Yeah. Y'all might want to keep those receipts. I mean, Maryanne Lorient is owed so much more than that. She really is. She should have gotten all her money back for the film, the $86,000, plus the pain and suffering of it all. And she would have been able to get that if, let's say, he decided to just go through this SLAPP lawsuit he filed, the SLAPP suit for the $500K, and she countersued. she would have gotten everything she asked for because it would have been reasonable. And the court would have been probably pissed off that he filed the SLAPP suit and they actually decided to waste the court's time. She would have gotten back so much more than that. But it comes back to, where is the money coming from? And, you know, if he's sitting here doing what he's doing, he's using this money, saying he has to pay out X amount of dollars and all this other stuff, you know, it's crazy. If he's saying that and he knows he doesn't owe, this stuff paid off in full. Let me show you all the other cases. I want to show you all so y'all can see both cases. This is the one ending in 2114. All right. So y'all can see here, if you need to use this for your complaint, this is for the property ending in 028. So here's a whole nother set of charges for the judgment amount, water and sewer, exterior improvement charges, the vacant registration fees, civil penalty charges. He's sitting here raising money for those two cases for both of these properties, and they're both paid off in full. Where did that money go? Judgment satisfied. Y'all see that here? Judgment satisfied in full, fully paid and satisfied on the 20th of August by Colleen Redmond. Both accounts have been fully paid and satisfied. Okay, where is the money coming from? Because he claimed he didn't have any money during the time that this writ of monition hit the court, remember? He claimed during that same time frame, his accounts were frozen. So how did this get paid off? Who's Colleen Redmond? And how does she do this? She fork up the money up front and he has to pay her back? How does this go? All of that will come into question. That's the part that, you know, these Umartardians and they don't think about. What's going on, Kobe Tom? Thanos. Kobe Thanos. Umar and Keisha, diverse culture, are trying to set up a questionable property in Kenya. He'll be there between December 28th and January 9th. Oh, wow. Keisha, who is Keisha? I've never heard of her. Is that a content creator? Traverse culture. Questionable property in Kenya. Yeah, he keeps talking about going to Kenya. That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. He keeps talking about he's going to Kenya. Web. Oh no, I'm late, but I'm so glad I'm here. This scripted should have been shut down decades ago. Just the repetition alone should tell everyone he's trying to use his psychological tactics on people. Exactly. Hey, Jimmy Jam. Umar's been living good on those donations. Exactly. Because he can't show how he's earning any income any other way. Or if he is, where is it going that is separate from the FDNG donors? That whole money should be separated from his personal account. Which, if he does have two accounts, great. But what happened with them again? Because you said they were frozen, Umar. How did they thaw out? You open up two new accounts. Is it two accounts or one account and you just funneling money into one? How's that going? You got how many PayPals he has? 2 or 3 different PayPal accounts. All these things where he's bringing in all this revenue. You can't keep claiming that you're raising money to pay off these fees when they've been satisfied in full. And that's a lot of money. Y'all know what I can do with $17,000. I have a $25 goal every live stream and don't even meet that always. He is sitting here on thousands, tens of thousands of dollars and able to pay out $68,000 or $600 to someone. That money is not money he's just earning from doing 1 or 2 appearances here and there, going to college campuses and trying to harass, teenage college girls. That's a huge cash flow he has to have come in to even have a cashier's check cleared at $68,000. The bank has to see you have all that money there. And he didn't give a personal check. That's a cashier's check. It's as good as money. It's as good as cash. It's crazy. Hey, GB, how you doing? So here's all the information you guys could use if you want to file an IRS complaint to show, listen, we've donated towards these specific causes here. We donated towards this munitions, towards this judgment amount, or the water and sewage, or the exterior improvement charge, or the vacant registration fees, $15,000 for that, or the civil penalty, or the floors or the ceiling tiles, or whatever concerning the school itself. And he can't even give us a receipt, proof that he actually spent the money on the schools. The schools are not open. Here are the video links where people have gone to the schools, and the schools are boarded up. Is black mold outside of it. He even goes outside the school, and he doesn't even go during the day. He doesn't go inside the school at all. And then he says nothing when he's standing there. He's not giving a status update about the school buildings or anything. So how is he using our dollars, our donor money, to do anything with the school? See, the Umar Tardians, they don't care if they keep giving him his hard-earned money, whatever. But it's not just their money he's spending. It's other people's money as well that's being intertwined with that. So to say no one should be asking what he's doing with the money. If people want to give money, they can do whatever they want with their money. Those people can do what they want with their money. But he can't do whatever he wants with everybody else's money. He's supposed to be doing what he said he was going to do with everybody else's money. And just because they want to mindlessly give up their money doesn't mean that he should not be reported on for not spending everyone else's money on what he said he was going to damn do. And they don't have the authority to interfere with that either. So file your complaints. The Umar Tardians can kick rocks barefoot. And if they say or do anything threatening, report their asses and get their video links. And let it be done. Because otherwise, this is going to go on forever. It's been 11 years of this. It's enough. 11 years of this nonsense. All right. So 86 people watching. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all for your feedback. Just want to put up these links here about what we discussed today. The law.cornell.edu regarding contract implied in fact, because he thought just, I didn't sign anything, so I don't have to do anything. No. There is a legal premise regarding a contract implied in fact, which is what Maryanne Lorient's attorney, TJ, used to justify to say, hey, you want to go to court and say how you did not violate contractual terms and agreements? Okay, we can go there. And it would have been under this premise. So here's the information on that. I just did some math, $86,000 total for the film. She promised 60% of the sales to Oompa Loompa, while she kept 40% for plus her intellectual rights to the film itself. Shout out to Andrea for the $4.99 super. Thank you so much. And of course, I read your comment earlier. I appreciate you. Shout out to LLC, everyone else. Post nasal dripping is sign of cocaine use. That snorting sounds suspicious times 3. Let's meet the goal for LLC today, please. It's $25 goal, you guys. I appreciate all of you all. And then here's the information, more information on what a SLAPP suit is from aclu.il.org. Here's some information on the Wikipedia regarding the SLAPP suit. And of course, shout out to Information Man for the $4 super towards today. So, like I said, I don't always meet the goal, but I bless God for the support either way. And I appreciate all of you so much for being here. Hit the like button. Leave your comments and thoughts. I know this was a longer live than I normally try to keep it under 2 hours, if you can believe that. But I just want to share this information so that people can be empowered in knowing the options that they have. Don't let these Umar Tardians, bully and intimidate you all into anything, because we have federal laws in place to combat anything that they do. There are federal laws in place, and it's just a matter of knowing the law and knowing how to apply it. Umar doesn't have any power in the courts. He has none. And as you can see, he's scared to go to court, because if he truly felt that he had a case, that SLAPP suit would have gone through the legal process, and it didn't, because he did not have any legal merit. He had no legal grounds to sue her. None. He would have just got his ass kicked out, and she would have been able to countersue and still get more than what she got. Be honest with you. But thank you all so much. And I will be setting up a live stream for tomorrow. Probably talk about Candace, because she's got a whole lot going on. But I appreciate all of you all. Tuesday, we will have writer Albert Lanier on the channel. doing an interview with him at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The live stream has already been scheduled, so make sure you guys tune in on Tuesday. We will be speaking with writer Albert Lanier, coming in on the platform and hanging out with us, answering questions, presenting us his information. So make sure you check out his channel. Writer Albert Lanier is his YouTube channel. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.